it going? How's it going? So we have a lot to talk about this week. Obviously, oh my eye. Oh, sorry, I just knocked my eye. Oh, right. So obviously, Sykkuno had a lot going on with the allegations, the cheating, everything. And over this week, we've kind of had little updates here and there, people coming forward. I've still got a couple more videos related to it, but I am trying to like move away from it because there is other stuff going on as well. But obviously now we're at the point where Sykkuno and his girlfriend have done their response, and I dropped a video yesterday on it. We've then since had Bao respond. We're still waiting on a few others. Personally, I don't think Elphilia's going to respond. I don't think Hemamal's going to respond. And I will be very surprised if Mujin responds. So the allegations were... So firstly, he was cheating on his girlfriend. He told a bunch of girls that he was single when he had a girlfriend. And then he... the other accusations were that he was like this predator that was preying on smaller creators, specifically like small VTuber, like female VTubers. And it basically summed up to like he was a cheater, and he did basically lie about being single, which he took full accountability for. But on top of that, he let me just grab his apology, and we can kind of just fly through it quickly, because I think it's to be honest, I think it's one of the better apologies we've seen in a while. You just open that. I'm trying to get my Spotify working as well, because it's not working for me right now, unfortunately. I wanted to have a little bit of music to listen to while I while I stream. Just bear with me while I open everything up and it doesn't work. Okay, beautiful. Right, so let's switch over and we can kind of look at it. Oh, so messy today. Right, so basically it's split into two parts. The top bit is Sykkuno, the bit underneath is his girlfriend. So we'll just kind of go through it. I've already done a video on it, but we can kind of look at it again. So he basically wants to apologize. My eye is playing up today. I don't know what's wrong with it. So he firstly starts off by apologizing to everyone, especially his girlfriend, and apologizes for what he put them through. He doesn't want to make these mistakes again and hurt his girlfriend or people he cares about. He was unfaithful, which he admits to. He lied to people and told them he was single, and he knows it's not right, so he's sorry about anyone he's hurt doing that. He then goes on to mention about how there's been false accusations made about him which are not true, and he cannot allow these false accusations and such extreme labels to be placed on him, which he does not understand. He does understand that the people making these claims are doing it from a place of hurt, so don't send hate to anyone, but he just wants the situation to get better and he wishes them the best. Personally, if I was him, I would look to go the legal route, because what he was being accused of is it's stuff that, like, if it was true, it would like completely ruin your career. Like they were making him out to be like this predator that was like a master manipulator that was just, you know, taking advantage of everyone. It's very interesting, like how far they pushed it with like no evidence. Follows on saying him and his girlfriend didn't respond quickly because they were working on their relationship and communication before it all happened, and having such private information exposed to public made it difficult for them to heal together. Says he'll be taking a break from streaming and the internet to better himself and give them time to improve their relationship, which I think is probably the best response he could have done. Following on from that, we've got a little snippet from the girlfriend. So I wanted to say thank you to those who checking on her, wishing her well during this difficult time. It's been extremely heartbreaking learning everything she knows now, and going through it has been one of the hardest things she's had to be put through in her life. She's been tossed around from all sides and her reality has been continuously shattered. Though no matter how broken she is, she never wanted this to be public, and it deeply hurts her that she wasn't given the choice in that or warned that it would be happening at all. In fact, the people who went public with it didn't even check on her or ask her how she felt about everything, and she hasn't heard from them since it all came out. So you can clearly see that the ones that have come forward, so Hemamel, Elphilia, Bao has some involvement as well, and Mujin has some involvement. Not one of them had the decency to actually reach out to her to, you know, check she's okay, check it's what she wanted, you know, because she is the victim at the end of the day. Those four aren't, but they'll try and paint themselves as the victims, but they really aren't. She understands those involved have been hurt by him as well, but she doesn't believe her feelings have been considered in this situation at all. Having her first fears become reality, then put on full display and used for profit for everyone else to see is absolutely mortifying. It's already hard enough to try and work through it in private, then just to add another layer of difficulty and stress on top of everything made it so much harder for her to cope. Prior to it becoming public, they were already starting to work on improving their relationship, and while she could have chose to leave, she decided to stay with hopes of repairing the relationship, which is a very brave and very adult thing to do, because you're already in like a really rough situation, and the fact that you're willing to like give him a second chance after everything, you know, it shows that she's a lot more of a better person than a lot of people. Because one of the things I've kind of noticed is a lot of people who have kind of talked about it, they haven't, like, anyone who's kind of responded to this statement I've seen has been quite negative about it. Like, there's been a lot of content creators, VTubers that are like, oh, well, why is she still with him? Maybe she's this, maybe she's that. Like, at the end of the day, we don't know anything really about their relationship. Like, most people didn't even know she existed, let's be honest here. And people are trying to like speculate on like what their relationship dynamic is, what they're like in private. We don't know that. We're not gonna know that. They've made a decision, and it doesn't matter what anyone on the internet says. They're gonna like do what they feel is best for them. You can disagree all you want, but sitting there trying to speculate and be like, oh, well, perhaps the girlfriend's this. I've even seen people trying to attack the girlfriend over it. Like, she's being more mature and adult than like 90% of the people commenting on it. Like, come on. And she's the victim in all this, yet you're choosing to attack the victim because what she's decided to do doesn't align with what you want. It's so immature. But yeah, she just goes on saying it's been hard handling things unfolding this way, but she believes it's a step in the right direction, and with time she hopes everyone can focus on healing and being a better version of themselves. So I don't think they're quite happy with a lot of the responses they've had from those who pushed the doc. It's clear that they didn't go to her to see if she was okay with it dropping. They didn't check if she was okay afterwards. You know, yeah, it's a difficult one because, like I said, we don't know what it's like behind the scenes. There could be more to it than we know. Like, obviously, as soon as she found out, it was recommend you two animated characters, dejawukong and Mr. Blobby. There you are. Yeah, it's a difficult thing staying with a cheater, but it's ultimately what she's choosing to do. She wants to try and fix the relationship. Sykkuno has said that he wants to try and fix it as well, so all we can really do in this situation is wish them the best. There's no sense really attacking the girlfriend over it, because at the end of the day, she's the victim. Hey, no worries, Spark. Yeah, it's I mean, all it is speculation at this point. We can't really say otherwise. It's like, yeah. that's how it is basically. But following on from that, we've had a lot of shit to do with Bao. I've obviously spoke on it before as well. So Bao is not a good VTuber. She is not a good person. Last year she was at the forefront of multiple dramas. The main ones were the Cinder drama, where she played herself as a victim and she didn't know what was going on and she was upset. And then like after like the dust settled, rather than like distance herself from Cinder and do her own thing, she chose to attack Cinder's fan base randomly, which just looked really bad on her, because like the whole time during it, Cinder's fan base were like, yeah, no, Bao was just the victim in all this. She didn't know what was going on. So it came across as very like immature and unprofessional of her. Following that, we had the drama where she chose to do a generalized tweet about male VTubers, well, male content, was it content creators? She put, yeah, male content creators, and she doubled and tripled down when people called her out. Like literally, I put that like, look, we agree with what you're saying, but like you've generalized it far too much that it's actually like, it's damaging to male content creators as a whole. Because it was essentially like, if a male content creator, a larger, more successful male content creator comes into your DMs, your streams, whatever, showering you with attention, then just run. Don't interact, just run. So obviously the message behind it is they probably got bad intentions, but then when you're generalizing the way she did, it kind of expands it to like a point where, oh, what do you define as successful? What do you define as more successful? Because like my whole point was like, someone who has 10 viewers is gonna find that someone who has 20 viewers more successful. Someone who streams once a week is probably going to find someone who streams 5 times a week more successful. You know, it's success is a yes, she did. Wow, not an OF. She started Barnsley, which is like similar. So yeah. So success is just kind of one of those things where like it's measured on like a personal level. So by generalizing it the way she did, it essentially attacked like most male content creators, because like I said, like success to one person is different to another person, and that person might see you as more successful than them, and then that also automatically puts them in a negative mindset where like, you know, you might come across them, you might raid them after a stream, kind of like the content, kind of like the vibe, reach out to just kind of be like, oh cool, I liked your vibe, do you want to collab sometime, do you want to, you know, play some games, whatever. And it's automatically putting that person in like a negative mindset where they just see you as you've got bad intentions. And then like following that, she then quickly went into another drama where she chose to attack skeb artists. So you probably don't know what skeb is unless you're like commissioning art, but it's like an artist website, and most of the time when you're getting commissions on there, you've got like very specific rules that like terms and conditions that are followed. It's very different from like buying art on like Fiverr or like through VGen or something. So she didn't like the fact that like they were essentially like the artists, once they've finished the piece, they would add it to their portfolio and like publish it. And she didn't like that because she was like, oh, well, you know, if a VTuber's got a debut for an outfit or something, perhaps you could hold off. But then like people were pointing out, well, it's literally in the skebs like terms and conditions, so like you have to speak to the artist first and just let them know and just be like, hey, can you hold off with it until I've done this, until I've done that. You can't just like start complaining about them doing it when they're following terms and conditions. And she kind of doubled down with that as well. So since then, obviously we've had the Sykkuno drama, and as part of that, in the doc it was mentioned that the Hemamel had reached out to Bao about something else, and then they started talking about Sykkuno, but they started talking in general about like Hemamel was going on about this so-called date she was going on with Sykkuno that, you know, still to this day just doesn't seem to have happened. So I think she just wanted to gossip and be like, oh yeah, I'm flirting with so-and-so, I'm flirting with a big content creator. But Bao basically reached out to her. Hey, you're right, Jamie, how are you doing? So she basically reached out to Bao, started talking about like Sykkuno, and Bao started warning her about what Sykkuno's like. You know, basically like going on about all this stuff that he supposedly does behind the scenes, introduces her to a bunch of other so-called victims of Sykkuno, and then puts them all in a group chat with the girlfriend. And after that, we don't really know what happens. To be honest, we've got like no screenshots. We've only got what the doc says from Hemamel's perspective, and as part of that perspective, the only actual message we've got is the original message where she's like DMing Bao on Discord. So there's a lot of context missing. Personally, I think it's to save Bao's public image, because I'm guessing she wasn't the nicest in these messages, and if it were to come out, it would look very bad on her. But because of the way things have gone and because of how she's handling it, it looks bad anyway. She's done her so-called typical, basically double down, triple down, whatever, and then like completely deflect and play like she's the victim as always. And it's a tiresome thing to see because she constantly gets involved with drama and she just doesn't want to take responsibility for her actions, which is disgusting. And she also started tagging, there was like a Discord message I saw where she was like asking her audience to like tag like TikToks and YouTube videos about it and like go after them so she can get them shut down for false information kind of things. So she's trying to like abuse copyright now as well because she doesn't like how people are talking about her. So yeah, anyway, we have Twitch Scrubbing here, who is a friend of mine. He does commentary and he covers a lot of the VTuber stuff, like the VTuber controversies and whatnot. He has had quite negative interactions with Bao. So basically last year when she did the whole anti-male, oh, if a male approaches you, run tweet. He actually talked about his own experience with female creators, because Scrubbing isn't like a small content creator. Like, he's got 12k on YouTube. I think he's got about the same on Twitch, and Twitter he's got like 20k. He's quite a fairly decent sized content creator, and when he talked about his own personal experience with female content creators, specifically female VTubers, he had like quite a personal traumatic experience that he like talked about, and Bao basically like chose to make fun of him over it, and it kind of got swept under the rug, and he also got attacked by a lot of her community members, and she never once condemned it. So it's not a good look for her. But he's done a video kind of going over the Sykkuno Mugen situation, Bao's response, and yeah, we're gonna have a look and see what it's about.
Another brand new video on this whole Sykkuno situation. Now,
let me just grab a drink. It's gonna be a long one. Hey, you're right. Let me get me drink.
as you guys can probably go and tell by maybe the video title or thumbnail, Bao, the VTuber, Bao the Whale, actually did go on her Twitch stream and did like a 10-minute long video addressing the whole situation. Now, I already saw this, and I'm going to go kind of give you guys my thoughts because I'm extremely disappointed in how she handled this entire situation.
Yeah, I'm disappointed too. He's probably going to go into it, but she did a 10-minute stream on Twitch. I'm most likely going to do a video about it myself anyway, over the weekend and schedule it for next week. But essentially, she doesn't really address anything. She like doesn't show her VTuber model on stream. She talks in like, oh well, it was really bad and I don't want anything bad to happen to me, like that type of voice, like trying to make herself a victim. And she didn't really take accountability for anything. She just basically explained like what we already know from the Google Doc, and then was like, oh well, I don't want it to go to court, and I don't want to get sued for it. And it was very, very bad, to be honest. It was such a weak response, where she tried to paint herself as a, just the victim of coincidence. Like, oh, well, she was just trying to do the right thing, but, she just wanted to help these victims. But the whole time she's like painting Sykkuno as more than just a cheater and like throwing all these accusations around about him. And she was like comparing him to like Harvey Weinstein and stuff, and it was horrendous, man. And personally, I hope he does take it to court. I hope he does sue her, because if he takes it to court and sues her, they'll have the discovery phase, and we'll get to see, because it's most likely going to be public knowledge, we'll get to see all that information related to the DMs and stuff. So we'll see everything she has said, and we can see how Bao truly is behind the scenes, because I can tell you that Bao is not a good person behind the scenes. You can automatically tell by the way she behaves in dramas and controversies that she is not a good person behind the scenes. Yeah, honestly, like I think it's the case, because you see so many times there's like female VTubers that just constantly cause drama, constantly like doing stuff that like ignites into drama. Like, how many times do we have like Google Docs drop in and it's like the most tame shit ever that could be just like sorted by like DMing each other and just being like, you know what, oh, I didn't like when you did this. Oh, well, I didn't like when you said that. Oh, well, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry too. Let's just leave it there and go our separate ways. Like, I'm not going to drop names, but I've had a few interactions over my time as a VTuber where, you know, I haven't always seen eye to eye with someone. I've had a falling out. Like there was one I had with a quite a big popular VTuber, and I didn't agree with a lot of what they said and how they handled the situation. And we ended up speaking about a year, well, not a year, like, you know, about half a year later, and we just cleared the air. We did it all in DMs. We like didn't need to be public. It wasn't public to begin with, to be honest. Like there was a few DMs, like there was a few tweets like on Twitter, but that was about it. But like, you know, we handled it privately. We both kind of like apologized for things, said we could have done this better, that better, and just kind of left it there. Oh, thank you for that. And then, you know, another case recently, there was another VTuber where I'd had a falling out with, and we actually spoke like last week, I think it was, or earlier this week, and it was just basically like, you know, we got on at one time, we had a falling out, and we both just said, you know what, it wasn't that serious anyway. Oh, thank you. So yeah, we just kind of said like, you know what, it wasn't that serious to begin with, so let's just, you know, let's just squash it and just like leave it as that. But when it comes to like there's so many female VTubers that like cause drama and get into drama, and they don't want to just like resolve it. They want to tear the other person down. It's so like annoying because half the time like it's not even something serious. But anyway, let's
now,
carry
if you guys, I'm going to try to maybe high level some of this stuff because there's a lot, but I'm going to hopefully be able to go prove my case here. I'm going to be a lot more stern on this whole Bao person. Now, anyone who might just join my channel or they're more so here for the Sykkuno situation, I'm not going to try make myself look like a victim, but I want to use myself to kind of prove that Bao has had horrible issues with accountability.
Yeah.
And as well, because of this, for some odd reason, women in the VTubing sphere give golden free passes towards some content creators, such as Shy Lily, or in this case, Bao, for behaving.
I think it's the whole clique basically, because you've got like this popular, I like to call it the popular girl clique. You've got like Shy Lily, Bao, there used to be Cinder, now they've kind of replaced her with Spite, is it? The other Hellhound VTuber. You've got like Tricky, I guess you've got like a few others, but like they're kind of like the main little clique that like hangs together, isn't it? And they're always quite problematic. They're always kind of like involved in drama. So it's like they seem to get a free pass every single time they like cause controversy or like they're involved in controversy. And I just don't get it because like, you know, if it was like a situation that happened in like, not necessarily in real life, but like off the internet, like if it like, let's say they were all working in like a company and they were doing the stuff that they do online inside that company, they wouldn't be getting the free pass that they constantly get. It's like some sort of free pass that they constantly get, and there's like no accountability for it.
Extremely horribly, not taking accountability, acting like narcissists, and never actually going and fixing the issue that people have. And this happened exactly now. And for some odd reason, if people accept this, I'm gonna be extremely disappointed. Now, I'm not here to try to cancel.
I'm already seeing a lot of people trying to like play defense for Bao, and it's just pathetic.
Bao or whatever. I just want her to go and make things right with Sykkuno. That's it. If you guys are kind of curious what I'm thinking about, they use the term predator. They use the term predator to go and describe Sykkuno. Mujin, Bao, the main girl in the whole VTubing sphere, like the main woman who was in the voice calls, calling them out, and then they utilize those terminologies to go and like basically promote it on their.
Yeah, because the thing is, they use the term predator, and you know, when you hear that term, you already like think like it's something to do with kids, right? And obviously it's trying to paint Sykkuno in a certain light, and even though it's not necessarily like, it's a very like off minimized kind of like definition of predator that they're using here. Yeah, predator's a malicious term, yeah, but obviously like because they're trying to say it's like, oh, he's been like a predator in terms of like, you know, going after small female VTubers, but obviously like they didn't really explain that when they said it. So obviously if you hear someone saying, oh, this person's a predator, you're automatically gonna think, oh well, they're doing something to do with kids. Wow, the funny thing is, Vorka, the girl that wrote the Google Doc on the Sykkuno, she actually showed the very first messages between her and Sykkuno, and she said that basically Sykkuno followed her on Twitter and she told her friend about it, and her friend told her to slide into his DMs. So she slid into, it was on Valentine's Day, she slid into his DMs and was like, oh, are you still looking for a Valentine's date? And he was like, wow, that's like a crazy thing to start the conversation off with, but Valentine's Day is nearly over anyway. And she was like, oh, well, you know, we can always have a redo. So she's already going into his DMs, messaging him in a flirty tone. So how can you call someone a predator when you're the one that's like actively engaging in that kind of mindset, that kind of conversation? You can't call him a predator when you're the one reaching out to him in that tone. Kind of.
Platforms, and going and letting people to assume that this Sykkuno man was a potential predator, more so in the case of being an actual pedophile, as in someone who was going after children, that type of predator. Which is why I think there was a big distinction push to make sure everyone knew what was going on. Yeah,
because they didn't really they waited a couple days before addressing it, and then they were like, the main girl didn't even really address it. It was mainly just Mugen, and Mugen was just trying to downplay it all because he was like proper pushing the term. It's disgusting, to be honest.
And that is a big deal.
Because the thing is, right, if they just came out with this Google Doc, they said, oh, you know, Sykkuno is a mass cheater, he's done this, he's done that, people would have they would have looked into it and they would have been like, yeah, you know what, you're right, he's cheating, it's disgusting. But because they've like threw in all these other terms like predator, master manipulator, it just doesn't work when the first fucking the first fucking DM you're showing is you reaching out to him, flirting with him. Like, come on, you can't call him a master manipulator and a predator when you're the one that's fucking reaching out to him. It doesn't work like that.
Sykkuno himself did wrong. He was a cheat. He didn't manipulate people. He lied about his relationship status, and he is in no ways clear in the situation.
No, he's definitely not. He's definitely not clear. He's definitely done things that he needs to make up for. But again, the only victim in this is his girlfriend, and the fact that like they paint themselves as like this, you know, this group of like people that are on the moral high ground who like care about victims. They didn't even reach out to her. How can you like paint yourself as this person that only cares about victims when you're like actively not speaking to the actual victim and seeing if she's okay with it going public? You're not actively checking up on her after you've pushed through it publicly. Yeah, so basically,
wrongs do not make a right, and that is the big case I'm going to keep on making on my channel. Mainly because due to the fact that Bao herself has exhibited the same behavior with me, and as well led towards massive amounts of harassment that I took the moral high ground on at the time. Many people that I saw, especially in the VTubing sphere, were accepting of these larger Western content creators. And I was like, okay, fine, whatever, sure. Like, if everyone like appreciates her and respects her, then let me try to go and make sure I do everything right. But sadly, now that I've seen a multiple pattern of behavior, and I'm also seeing very hardcore narcissistic qualities due to both Mujin as well as Bao, I will not accept that. Mainly because this person is now, like Bao, is now allowing people online to assume, and did assume, that Sykkuno was a child predator, as well as all these other...
Yeah, pretty much.
various instances with it too, of him having a higher degree of, well, like issues. I don't know the better term, like, you know, it's a law thing versus not. Yes, he cheated. Yes, he was bad, but he was not a predator. I want that to be clear. And the fact that Bao never cleared this up is the reason why I'm going to be very headstrong.
Yeah, that's the thing, because in her response, she doesn't clear things up. She just basically paints herself as a victim that was like, you know, she's just trying to do the right thing in the situation, and she got caught up in it, and like she wasn't really that involved, and you know, it's so pathetic. Like, she constantly does it because this isn't the first time she's being heavily, like, it's not the first time she's had a heavy influence in drama, but every time she tries to paint herself as this victim that's just like, by sheer coincidence, she's being dragged into it.
On it. If Bao, at any point from my own personal drama, if she just said, hey, you know, men can be victims too, because if you guys do not know, I'll...
That was the point as well. Like, when she was doing this whole, like, anti-male tweeting shit, like, a lot of us were just like, look, we agree with you, but men can be victims too. And the way you've kind of labeled it is like, it's very generalized towards men. And you're also not seeing it from the opposite side of things, where, like, you know, a female reaches out to a male, or, you know, tries to take advantage of a male. And like, she just doubled down and tripled down. She was like, oh, well, if you disagree with it, if you don't agree 100%, then, you know, you're probably part of the issue. You're self-reporting, all that shit. And it was just like, bro, just fucking, like, just see, like, meet in the middle and accept that, like, yes, we can both be right, but, like, you know, just accept that men go through shit too. Like, it's not that hard. But instead, like, because I didn't even realize at the time, like, I was speaking to Scrubbins about it yesterday, well, this morning, and at the time he actually spoke about his own personal experience, which I did see, but I didn't see the backlash he got for it till today when he was talking to me about it. And like, it is like, Bao is just literally making fun of him for like trying to talk about his own personal experience and like how much it hurt him and stuff. Like, he's trying to open up about his own experience. He's trying to be like vulnerable publicly, which is a brave thing to do, especially as a man in this day and age. And, you know, what happens? She just mocks him. She just insults him. It's disgusting behavior. And then like her community went after him. She didn't like disavow any of it. And like, it's, I'm just fed up and tired of these fucking entitled popular female VTubers just causing fucking drama all the time, being fucking entitled over it all, and then just getting away with it because they fucking hide themselves and put on a little pity voice, and then they want you to feel bad for them because they got caught out and they don't want to take accountability for their actions. You know, it's fucking tiring. Just grow up. You like, Bao's a 30 fucking year old woman and she's acting like a fucking woman a girl in high school that's being like caught out, and she doesn't, you know, just fucking grow up for once in your life and take accountability for your actions.
Definitely have to elaborate at some point. It just keeps on getting put off because I'm letting them actually respond. I did have someone say I should probably wait until the whole situation is more clear, so, you know, we're not like, you know, throwing more in the fray when it doesn't need to. So I'm gonna wait on my own like bigger Bao video. So feel free to subscribe if you guys care about that. Ooh, rather not have to ever do that, but nonetheless, like, my whole...
Honestly, I don't blame him if he does, because there's so much out there about Bao where she's been like a problematic person. Like, he's got his own personal experience. He's you know, he's like, all you've got to do is literally look at the 3 big controversies she was part of last year plus this one, and you start seeing a pattern. Like, she's just so self-entitled and like just jumps the gun with what she says, and like, she doesn't she doesn't want to compromise on what she says. She wants what she thinks, what she says and what she thinks. She wants that to be the truth and the only truth, and she's not willing to compromise on anything. And then when she gets called out for being in the wrong, she wants to play victim.
Situation, like, I was basically trying to protect this guy's toast. There was a minor that was being groomed, and basically talking about the fact that males can be actual victims. And of course, due to that, I didn't want to bring up my own case even at that time, but eventually ramped on up, and I had to go and explain my whole kind of like reason why I was kind of being like a crusader, if you will, because it's a little cringy at times, but it's something that didn't matter a lot, because I did actually have to go and have another popular content VTuber try to go and lie to me to other content creators, saying that me and her were never together and I was an absolute creep, and that information was spreading around when I was the one who did go and break things off with the girl, and I did also was the one who we were together at the time. It's a very strange, weird relationship. She was involved with another man, living with him, and of course as well, she didn't want them to find out, so then she was trying to go and downplay who I was as a person. False allegations were horrible, to the point where I felt like I had to go and make something out publicly, because people in the whole VTubing world were calling it out and saying I was LARPing, or why you invest in this, and basically using Bao's words to go and attack male victims.
It's like people don't understand that just because, so obviously like Scrubbins isn't a VTuber, right? He is planning on becoming one. Like, he's got a model in the works right now, so he does want to get into VTubing properly. But I hate it as well, because like, you have, pardon me, on Twitter, you've got like, everyone just kind of looks at, everyone in the VTuber space kind of looks at anyone who isn't using a model, who, like, you know, who's not well known in the VTubing space. They'll look at them and they'll be like, oh, you're just a grifter, you're just here for this, here for that. You know, he's got a personal experience with a female VTuber that he talks about, and when he was talking about it, he had people attacking him for it. Like, yeah, he's not a VTuber at the moment, but he can still have an experience with an actual, you know, with a VTuber. Like, I don't, it's not that hard to understand. Like, you can't call him a grifter for talking about his own personal experience with a you know, with a relationship he had with a female VTuber. Like, just because you don't agree or don't like him or whatever, it doesn't work like that. But like, people are so fucking brain dead on Twitter that like, they want to like live in this fantasy where like, oh, VTubing is only for VTubers, and, you know, fuck the normies and all that. But then they complain. This is the fucking the irony of it, is they'll fucking sit there, they want VTubing to be for VTubers only, they want it to be just anime models, they don't want this, they don't want that. But then when normies are running the fucking streamer awards and being like, oh yeah, you know, Burnt Peanut wins because he's a fucking popular content creator that uses a model, and by that definition is technically a VTuber, they kick off about it. So why the fuck are normies gonna sit there and vote for Iron Mouse for the 6th time when, you know, they don't know anyone else on the list other than Burnt Peanut, and Burnt Peanut is someone that like interacts with other normie, like so-called normie content creators. Obviously they're gonna go for the person that they know and they watch. They're not gonna go for some random VTuber. Like, come on. Like, you can't have it both ways, where you want normies to like have no fucking interaction with the VTuber space until the award show and like other things like that. It doesn't work like that.
So you guys might though think, why am I going a big crusade on this all? Because I do have actual timestamp proof of every single situation with this, and the fact that Bao also never truly cared about victims in the first place.
Yeah,
mainly because at the time there was a 17-year-old that was being groomed, and every single time I've ever made any mention or comment on it, it was completely stonewalled, ignored, and all the massive, there was hundreds of male victims all coming out with their own stories.
That's the thing as well, because like, I was kind of at the forefront of it as well on Twitter, and I had like a lot of, like, I kind of gave my input on it, where like I basically said like a lot of female VTubers don't see men as men. They see them as like, you know, they see them as wallets, essentially. They only see value from them in terms of like getting money from them, and after that, if you don't give them what they want, or if you're no use to them, they'll just fuck you off. They want nothing to do with you until you know, until you can give them some sort of value, and then they just will fuck you off. And obviously it was generalized as well, but even in that generalized tweet, I still put at the bottom, this isn't all women, and people still took it out of context. But then, like, I was talking about my own personal experiences. I had other men coming forward with theirs. During it, it kind of spun off into me calling out a former friend of mine, because she had took advantage of a guy that was a child at the time. She basically turned out to be a pedophile, so there's that. You know, that kind of spun off from it, and I had other people reaching out to me with their own experiences, and like a lot of them like are things that I see women complaining about men doing, yet when the guys are telling me like the women are doing it to them, it's like 10 times worse than when the women are complaining about the men doing it. And it's like they don't want to take no for an answer. They think it's okay to do this, that, and the other. It's like, you know, there's the standard like, oh, women being like, oh, this guy's, you know, he's sliding into my DMs, he's sending me dick pics and that. Women are doing that to men too in the space, and like, well, not sending dick pics, but you know, say like just sliding into DMs, sending nudes, and then they're not taking no for an answer. They just keep doing it, and then they're being like very like hostile and forward with it. And then if you try to deny them, they'll like try and twist it on you and make it public and be like, oh, you're taking advantage of me, you're trying to do this, you're trying to do that. It's very much like men just can't be the victim in the situation when they are the victim. It's because if they acknowledge that it happens to men too, then it takes away a lot of their power when it comes to playing victim. Because you'll find that a lot of women will like happily play victim and say like, oh, this has happened to me, that has happened to me, but then it probably, yeah, it's very much a Twitter based thing, to be honest. Like Twitter is like the bane of so many people's existence. Like I've been there myself. Like I don't want to use Twitter. I don't like Twitter. I hate how many times I go on Twitter and it's just drama and like problems and stuff. But like I need Twitter. It's like the devil you need, basically, because like for me as a content creator, I need Twitter to be able to reach out to companies, to like you know, reach out to other content creators for collabs and stuff. Like it's not like I could just sit there and go, okay, I've got Discord, so I want to collab with this creator. Okay, let me just message them on Discord. How do I get their Discord? Well, I'm mutuals with them on Twitter. Let me message them on Twitter, see if we vibe, and then get their Discord. Like it's one of those things where, like, you know, you need like as a content creator, you need Twitter because it's part of your like way of like socializing and like reaching out to companies and like getting collabs and stuff. And then you get into drama because disagree. That's the thing as well, because like people just don't want to agree to disagree, man. Like they want to be right and they don't want to look at it from another perspective. It's like I did a tweet today about because I was saying that like there's a lot of misandrist VTubers, and that it's kind of ironic that the misandrist VTubers always seem to have OnlyFans, Fansly, or do thirst traps. Like, if you hate men that much, why are you doing everything you can to like garner their attention? Like, I get you want money, but it just seems like self-inflicted hatred that you project onto men, because like the only thing you can actually offer of value is your body. Because like you're such a shitty person. Yeah, it's always the way. Anyway, let's carry on.
To the fact that Bao never cared. Now, once again, that's just our own self-inserts. I can elaborate that more if I ever needed to, but it just goes to shows a massive pattern of her never actually accepting like fault, accountability, when everyone was just begging her just to say like, hey, men can be victims too, which is
yeah, that's all we wanted her to say. Is just, yeah, all right, men can be victims too. That's all we want you to say, is just agree with that.
obviously making everyone sound like a victim, but nonetheless, this is extremely relevant towards the whole Sykkuno situation, because these are false allegations that have been spread to the point where this guy is now being painted as an actual pedophile. People were discussing this until there was a
Because the thing is, it's easy to say, oh, well, we didn't mean that when we said predator. But like, if you like, predator is such a specific term that's always like, when it's used, it's always used in regards to you know, pedophilia. So you can't sit there and say, oh, well, we didn't mean that, and like people are taking it out of context when you mean like a very, very niche term of it, like a very, very watered down term of it, like, you know. And it's not like you're explaining that. Like when in Mutin's video, for example, he doesn't explain that until like half an hour in. It's like, come on, you can't sit there and start it off like that, expecting people to not assume that's what you mean. And then when you get called out for it being like, oh, well, we didn't mean that. We didn't mean it like that. We meant it like this very niche term.
a really big push trying to go make sure the clarification on the wording of what happened over here. And the big issue I think that everyone had so far with Bao, with Mujin, is they never had a chance so far to go and actually clarify their stances and go and kind of somewhat like de-lessen the intensity of his name. And this obviously led towards a lot of hate towards Sykkuno. Sykkuno is not a pedophile, but as well, he did do wrong. So I'm going to break this on down and talk about this whole situation, because this is something that Bao, Mujin, these are very, very unacceptable things that I myself would die in this hill. And I don't want my channel to go be like, oh, woe is this person, big vendetta. I just want these people to understand that this is a very serious allegation that they themselves are downplaying. This is a very, very bad thing. And it's also bad seeing so many VTuber women who have blindly supported these women on multitudes of bad instances of, say, Bao abusing her power, collectively forming groups with people to go and try to call people out. And there's seemingly some connection with this, with Mujin, as well as also the
yeah, the thing is, if you look at like the Cinder drama, for example, Mujin had like such a heavy bias that was in favor of like Shy Lily and Bao and stuff. And like, it felt like that was like the starting point of like Mujin's bias with his videos, because he had that. And then like every single video after, he had like a specific bias, and he always pushed it as fact. And like a lot of times people agreed with him because of like, you know, there is some truth to it a lot of times. But I think it got to the point where he just thinks now that he's like, he can't be wrong. He gets all these like millions of views on his videos and he's right all the time. He is the guy that, you know, he is the commentary guy that everyone trusts, and like he just can't accept that he can be wrong. And it's just sad.
Shy Lily, Nanolist situation, all in regards to Cinder. And once again, patterns of behavior are not good, but when it's 3 strikes, you know, most people would hopefully say you're out. But when it comes to apparently big Western VTubers,
yeah,
God only knows, people are just not okay with that. So let's go break this on down, because
I just don't get it. Like, they're happy to allow people to constantly like fuck up and make mistakes and like not own up to like their mistakes, and then they're just like, oh, well, you know, she didn't mean it, or like they water down like what she said and like the fact that she's not taking accountability to like defend her. And it's like, fucking hell, you treating her like she's a fucking little kid, man. Like, she is an adult. Let her take accountability for her actions.
there is a lot to go and discuss, and I think this is a very serious thing, because Sykkuno himself over here said, as of yesterday, more so his girlfriend. My girlfriend wanted to go and share her experience below. Here's a message written by her. Basically going and stating, it's been extremely heartbreaking to learn everything I know now, and going through this has been one of the hardest things I've ever been put through in my entire life. I've been tossed around from all sides. Me and my reality have been continually shattered. No matter how broken I am, I never want this all to be public. It deeply hurts me that I wasn't given a choice in that, and even just warned that this would have been happening at all. I didn't want this. Even after the fact, I wish they would have at least checked in on me or asked me how I felt before.
That's still the thing that really shocks me about this whole situation, is the fact that like they didn't even have the fucking decency to like check to like let the girlfriend know they were going to go public with it, and they didn't have the decency to, you know, check on her after the fact. It's so disgusting that these people want to parade around as victims and like virtue signalers of like protecting victims, when the actual victim herself wasn't checked up on by any of them. It's so disgusting.
Everything, you know, about everything. Basically confirming that no one messaged her at all. But I haven't heard anything from the people involved since this all came out, with people such as Mujin saying how much he wants victims to come forward, etc., and trying to, like, you know, bring more light to the fire. It does kind of seem like Mujin himself seems like the worst one in this whole situation. But it's probably like Mujin, the main VTuber girl who started her Patreon throughout this entire process.
Yeah, her Patreon where she sells nudes. Like, it's so convenient for her that like she starts this public drama. She goes from a VTuber that like no one really knew to like this giant controversy to like just like a week before she dropped the doc, she started her Patreon where she was selling nudes. Like, come on, you don't have to like be a smart ass to like put 2 and 2 together and see that, like, you know, she was literally using this as a way to like try and get a massive source of income, like an influx of profits for her Patreon. Like, come on, it's so fucking obvious.
And was in the Google call, voice call with Sykkuno and then Bao probably right after. And basically saying having all my worst fears become a reality and put on full display and use for profit for everyone to see is absolutely mortifying. To somewhat go and defend Bao herself, she has not really profited from the situation, to go and say that. Yeah. Mujin did, and as well also same with the girl who made her Patreon. You can quite really...
Both Mujin and Hemamel have profited from this. Like, obviously, Hemamel did her Patreon conveniently like a week before, and you know, obviously there's fucking degenerates out there that are gonna like pay for that shit. Like, I saw she had like a $600 fucking tier and that's already sold out. Like, fucking hell, how desperate do you need to be to like get some nudes? Like, fucking hell. And then Mujin, obviously he profited because he was the first video, like he was the first commentary channel that got to report on it, and he got like exclusive first dibs, and you know, he got to drop it within hours of the release. Shady ass shit, man. And then like he's clearly doing it for profit because he doesn't care about the victims, because he didn't even reach out to the girlfriend. So he did like a little tweet after talking about how like he cares about victims and he doesn't care about the backlash, and you know, he wants victims to come forward and do, you know, he wants them to be the priority. Hey, you're right, Kitty. But yeah, just Mujin, he's not a good person.
Go and calculate how much money she made on this. At this point, it's around an extra $2,500 on her Patreon from all the numbers that we've seen so far. And Mujin himself probably way more, because having a few millions of views on a long-form YouTube video is probably into the tens of thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
It's very, it's like a lot. It's a lot of money.
Yeah, Mujin, like, even though I'm not a fan of Mujin, I will say that like he's got to that point where one video probably gets him like an easy like 10k or something. Like, so for him to be the first on it, he obviously sees it as like a massive like source of income that he's going to be able to get. People are going to go to his video first because it's the first one out, it's the only video out at the time. People are going to like see the doc drop, they're going to be like, oh, what's going on? Mujin's quote retweeting it, dropping his video. Like, come on, like, just think like he's probably making like say 10k average on his regular videos, and now that he's like the first of the first, well, now that he is the first video to drop on the doc, he's clearly gonna get like say maybe like 15k 20k instead, because people are gonna prioritize going to him for that information.
So this woman did not want to have anything come public. You know, they were working on their relationship, they want to make sure it's all good, but she's saying everything out here is absolutely horrible. Yeah, which we kind of felt bad about, but a lot of people online started calling them out. Basically saying like, hey, all these people involved in this Google Doc, what is up with these accusations? People calling out Mujin, calling out Bao, calling out Hemonel, the main VTuber herself. Any VTuber who still associates with any of these false accusers need to be named and shamed.
Yeah,
They can't be trusted in the content creation space.
I called them all out. I even called out that Elphilia because, like, even though she didn't seem to like take too much of a part in the doc, other than like talking about her own experience where she fucked Sykkuno, she still like took part of it, and like she still should be held accountable for it. Because the funny thing is, like, she's there criticizing Sykkuno for cheating, but she was also in a relationship at the time she slept with Sykkuno. So like she's going on about like, because if you saw her tweets before she privated her account, she was actually talking about how she's lost like her best friend of so long, and someone she really cares about. And people put 2 and 2 together. They were like, oh well, you conveniently saying you was in a relationship at the time, at this time, and then like if we compare it to like the times when like, you know, the screenshots we've got of her DMing Sykkuno, it matches up to be the same time. So she was in a relationship when she fucked Sykkuno, so she was happy to cheat to fuck Sykkuno, but didn't like that Sykkuno was cheating. Because I think a lot of these girls that are coming forward, right, they don't really care that Sykkuno cheated. What they care about the most is that Sykkuno cheated with them, but he had loads of other girls that he was cheating with. If it was just them, they wouldn't care, because all you've got to do is look at how Hemamel, how she talks in the Discord call. She doesn't care about the cheating. She says in that Discord call, oh, well, you didn't cheat on me, we can still be friends, you need to make it up to me. She cares more about him making it up to her, keeping her around. And I 100% stand by the fact that I think the only reason she came forward with the doc is because they stayed friends after the Discord call. And like, obviously Sykkuno and his girlfriend have said that they were trying to fix things between themselves. But Hemamel kept saying like even in the Discord call, she was like, oh, let me know how it goes with your girlfriend. And like, it was clear that she was trying to replace the girlfriend. She wanted to fuck the girlfriend off so she could take the place.
If they're willing to push false accusations to the public. Now, this is really, really bad. And let me go and explain why. You guys may not believe me. We're also going to go cover up Bao's response too as well in a little bit, but I want you guys to understand why this is a big deal. Bao, if you actually look on her actual Twitter account right now, as you guys can go and see, she's also, first and foremost,
yeah,
Bao herself was someone who did go and promote.
Yeah. Like, Bao actively reposted like so many, like she reposted the doc, she reposted like Mujin's video, she reposted a bunch of like women's responses, no matter how bad they were.
Out the main Google document. You guys might say like, oh, she didn't write it, or, you know, whatever it might be. That's fine if you guys think that, but hopefully most people with the brain. Bao, as a big content creator, retweeted this post. Once again, from the initial thing saying, exposing Sykkuno, a serial cheater, master manipulator, and a dangerous predator.
Yeah.
Read.
That's the thing, when you put the actual definition like that, serial cheater, okay, yeah, we can all agree there, he cheated. Master manipulator, how's he a master manipulator when you're the one that slid into his DMs flirting with him? And then like when he wanted to distance himself after like the cheating came out, you wanted him to stick around. And dangerous predator, again, how can he be a predator when you're the one that's like making all the advances on him?
You guys can kind of see copy of exposing Sykkuno, and also Bao was involved in this. So 2 things to go and note. You guys can make this up to your own interpretations. Bao herself saw the Google Doc when it first came out. And as well, she knew that her name was in it, obviously because she looked at it.
Yeah.
I would hope to God she read this Google Doc. If not, please don't leave a comment.
That's the thing, like she's trying to deflect her own involvement, but if she's retweeted it, she's clearly gonna read it. If she hasn't, then she's just fucking stupid, innit? But like it goes over her involvement. The interesting thing is it talks a lot about her involvement, but then doesn't show any of the screenshots of like that conversation. The only thing we see is like a single Discord message from Hemamel to Bao. It's so suspicious. Like, it's clearly put in there in a way that, like, oh yeah, Bao had some involvement, but then it's downplaying how much that involvement was, because obviously if we see the messages of her responding and warning Hemamel about Sykkuno, there's probably a lot of things that she says there that could get her sued for defamation. So that's probably a reason why it's not included in the doc.
Amen. Yes, she most likely looked at the Google Doc. She was familiar with the situation. She retweeted it and brought more additional promotion. Bao herself did not go and call him a predator, but using her large platform helped contribute a lot of attention towards the fact of someone else going and calling him a dangerous predator. If it was just a serial cheater, it was just a master manipulator, in all honesty, I probably wouldn't be making this video. I would say, yeah, he probably was a big cheater. His actions were bad. I would agree. But as you guys can probably see from this all, no, Bao used her platform to go help promote this all. Now, it also gets a little bit more intriguing, because Bao herself also retweeted Mujin.
Hey,
once again, a big cohesion of them all collectively trying to go.
This is the thing as well, because like Mujin did the video on the Cinder situation, and he was heavily biased in that. And it's interesting to see that like Bao is automatically retweeting his video on this current situation. So there's clearly like some sort of like they're clearly like colluding to some degree. They're clearly like how like interacting behind the scenes.
And cancel out Sykkuno. Very similar to Cinder. We're going to go more deeper dive if we need to, but hopefully this is some of it's good enough. Also saying, hey, this innocent, sweet, caring, and boy failure with the rabid fan base that can rival a modern K-pop star. In reality, a serial cheater, master manipulator, and someone who always preyed on...
What's Rima doing? So I'm not really a fan of Rima either. Like, I haven't really looked into her. All I've kind of seen is that she... I don't know, she seems to, like, just try and cover dramas and stuff. But she doesn't really, she's quite biased from what I've seen. What's she doing? Is she trying to like basically do the same as Mujin? I'll have a look into it off stream later, but it's one of them where like right now the main focus should be on like Mujin, Bao, and Hemamel, because they're like the big ones that are being pushing it. Oh yeah. I think she's like Mujin. She's just on the smaller scale, isn't she?
Smaller content creators. Notice how they changed the words over here, because this is not what it said originally. Originally, I do believe this was also similar to the initial predator term, but obviously
I think we can check that, you know. Let me see. Let me see if I can find it, because you can actually check something that's been edited. Let me see. Mujin. I like how like Mujin just hasn't responded. Let's see. How do you do it now? Okay, I can't remember how you do it. There is a way that like you can view the original if they've edited it. There's like a way you can look at it. She went and attacked Akko and Mizu that time. That's true. A damn domino around her. Yeah, I don't know. I think they're all kind of like, there's definitely like a collective of creators that like try to paint themselves as these neutral commentary channels that clearly have a major bias, and they're happy to defend certain individuals and paint others in a negative light. instead of like doing it from an unbiased perspective. I'll put it this way, like I've started doing commentary myself, and I'll just call everyone out because I don't like anyone, to be honest. Just treat everyone the same, innit? Like, obviously I've got my friends and that, but I'll call them out if they fuck up. Like, I'm not gonna like, I might not be as harsh with it. I'll probably like speak to them privately first, but like if it's something major, then you know. It's always the way with people, in it.
With a lot of online backlash, you know, they want to go change it, which they should, but they should have been also been a clarification statement on it, because millions of people, both in the video as well as also on the views, should have noticed that. And I may go cover this in a separate Mujin video, but it did seem like he also changed the title and thumbnail. Good, in theory, but it also has to have an addressment because this is also post most of the drama. As of right now, most of the views and statements have been said and showcased. But as well, the one biggest thing is his tweet already has 6.3 million views. So even with him changing titles or whatever, it still is putting 6.3 million views into this post of him calling him a dangerous predator. Now as well, Bao herself too also retweeted other posts discussing this. Mainly I want to draw attention towards this one. Sykkuno disrespected my physical boundaries and clearly has a disregard for consent in general. He's one of the most powerful men in streaming and he used that power to take advantage of women who thought they can trust him. I was still a teenager when he targeted me.
The thing is, when she says teenager, right, she's not specifying what age. She could be 18, 19 when she's saying this.
Once again, I do want to...
I'd also point out that there's no physical, like there's no screenshots included. So she's expecting you to just take what she says as fact without any proof. And the thing is, in this day and age, we should not be taking the first thing said as fact, especially when there's no proof along with it.
Reiterate, because I'm not against like these women being potential victims, you know.
Yeah, I'm not either. If they've got the proof that they are a victim, then I'll hold my hands up and be like, you know what, he did this and it wasn't on. But the amount of women we've had come forward saying he's done this, that, and the other, and there's no proof, or when they show the proof, it's like fuck all. It's like nothing major, and they're trying to escalate it into something. Like we've got Leah, who's trying to turn consensual sex into her getting taken advantage of, when in fact all that happened was she had sex with him consensually. She wanted a relationship from it. He didn't want that. She realized that after. Distanced herself from him by going to a different hotel, and then they spoke about it after. Just kind of like he apologized for like giving her mixed messages, or you know, like a misunderstanding or whatever. They like squashed it there and was like, all right, cool, we're still friends. And then she all of a sudden now, because she regretted doing it and not like being in a relationship with him, because the whole thing for her was like, oh, I only sleep with people I'm in a relationship with. But then she went and slept with him anyway. So she was going into it being like, oh, I only sleep with people I date. But then she sleeps with him. So she's like, oh, well, he's going to date me now, when it just wasn't what happened. So then she's obviously regretting doing it because she didn't get that relationship after. And now, because of all the stuff that came out about him, she's trying to use it to paint him in more of a negative light than he actually is. Sound like me, different eyes. I just speak my mind, man. Like, I'm not some fucking young ass 20-year-old that's like on Twitter all the time and, you know, wants to do all this fake fucking positivity and toxic positivity. Like, you know, there's too many people online that like want to live in an echo chamber and don't want to like take accountability for their actions and shit. And I just speak my mind. A lot of people don't like it, but fuck it. Like, I'm not here to please everyone. Are you still dating? Why are you trying to make an offer?
There's potential really bad situation involved with someone who is mass messaging, cheating, lying, manipulating, It's bad. Sykkuno did bad. But once again, 2 wrongs don't make a right. Then this tweet right here is very dangerous because they said, I was still a teenager when he targeted me. Bao the Whale, once again as well, reposted this on her account.
The thing is, like, my offer is always open. I'm all right, bro. I'm all right. Nah, I'm not really interested in it anymore. Like, when I was younger, I was like, to be honest, I've kind of given up. I kind of accepted a while ago that it's just not worth the hassle. I'm not saying it wouldn't happen, but you know, just curious. Just read that. Rima also got them echo chamber Discord. It's always the way though. Like I notice it a lot with commentary channels. Is like they eventually have like a echo chamber type Discord, and like you're not really allowed to kind of like contradict what the majority is saying. Hey, you're right, Viking. How you been? How you been? Listen, this chuckle fuck you watching now will defend Rima to the damn stars. I don't know. I'm friends with Scrubbin, so I don't know what his opinion is on Rima, so I'll ask him about it at some point, but I don't think I've ever seen him interact with her. Being okay. Oh, what's up, bro? To be fair, every Discord is a bit of an echo chamber. That's true. That's true. I think you need to. The problem I've kind of noticed with a lot of like the commentary channels that end up having like Discords is they don't really allow the whole like open conversation. Like they don't want to, you know, they don't want to have that situation where they say something and people in there disagree. That's just how creative Discords work. If you don't join, you don't join if you disagree regularly. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
By proxy, she is adding more attention towards these tweets. And as you guys can once again,
trade school staff overreacting over a non-issue. So that's fair. That's fair. Sometimes you need to, though, don't you? Sometimes you need just that little break to get away from things. Like, it's the same with me and work, man. Like, if I, like, when I'm at work, for example, obviously my managers and stuff don't do my job. They don't understand how to do my job. I'm like, I don't like bragging, but I am the most experienced person that does my job. Like, I know the software we use like inside and out. I've had to teach my team leader. I've had to teach other people that have started after me. Like, I know the most about my job out of like everyone in our department, and they will make suggestions that either just don't work or you know, there's easier ways to do it or better ways, and I'll try to make these suggestions and they don't want to listen, so they just want to overcomplicate things. And like sometimes you just need that little extra break away from it all, man. You just need like a couple days off away from it just to like be like, you know what, they're gonna do what they're gonna do, but let me have a break away from them. Your friend's good shit. You got some sense. You could talk some of it to him. Only things you can't, one of the only things you can't stand about him. I don't know, I've never really seen him talk about Rima, so I'll ask him about it, but I mean, I think he's pretty much quite neutral on a lot of creators these days. Give me 1 sec. Okay, I thought I was gonna sneeze, but it didn't come. Makes sense, kind of on the same boat as you, but for me it's just as strict as fuck. Yeah, my I don't know, my management's kind of strict as well, like, but I don't know, you just got to take that break sometimes and just distance yourself. Yeah. It's because the thing is, like, the thing I kind of learned is, like, it doesn't matter how like, it doesn't matter how good you know a job, right? It doesn't matter like how experienced you are. There's all, like, when you have a manager or like someone above you that is like that whole, they think they know best, it doesn't matter what you suggest, what you try, they will always see it that their way is the best way, and they'll make the most stupidest requests, and you've just got to turn around at some point and be like, you know what, it's not worth the hassle for me to stress over it. It's not worth the time and effort for me to waste trying to like make those suggestions. Because when I first started at where I'm working, right, doing the job I'm doing, I was literally like, good day, I didn't. Hey, we're just talking about the recent Sykkuno stuff. Yeah, it's we're just kind of on a bit of a tangent at the moment. But yeah, so when I started where I started, I was like, you know, one of these hopeful people that was like making suggestions for this and that, because before I worked where I was working, where I worked before, I had a role that was like very much focused on business efficiency. So it was all about like taking thank you for the follow, man, I appreciate it. So my role was like focused on business efficiency. So it was to do with like, you know, taking a job and finding the most efficient way to do it to maximize the amount of output that someone can do doing that job. And I tried to come into this job with that mindset where like, oh, I've got the experience to make the suggestions. It's a similar place to where I worked before, so let me try to incorporate those suggestions, and like it's gonna help us to like be more efficient. But I quickly learned that they are very much stuck in their ways. They don't want to listen to other people's suggestions, and they just want to do things their way. So I could sit here and keep making suggestions and be like, oh, this would work, that would work, why don't we try this? But what's the point? They're not going to listen. At the end of the day, I'll just turn up to work, I'll do my job, do enough to keep them happy, and move on with my life. Because at the end of the day, I don't want to stress myself out in the workplace, because, you know, I want to come home, I want to stream, I want to jump into doing videos for YouTube. I don't want to like put myself in a situation where I'm too stressed or too tired from work and come back and I'm not going to be able to do the hobbies that I enjoy. Yeah, that's how it is, unfortunately. Hey, get yourself some food, man. Get yourself some food. I had some, you know what, I tell you what, I had some fucking Wingstop earlier, man. My God, I don't know what's happened to it, but it's gone downhill, man, from the first time I had it. It's been like probably about 3-4 months, maybe longer, since I've had Wingstop. But I saw they started doing like a new like no, I mean survival. Oh yeah, that too, yeah. But yeah, I had some Wingstop today. They do like a new flavor. What was the fucking flavor now? Let me see. I can't even remember, you know. Let me see my order history. Dragon's Breath. So it's like a spicy one. So I was like, yeah, I'm down for that, because it's most likely it's like it's like your typical like firecracker Chinese spice, gives it that nice little heat. And to be fair, the Dragon's Breath, because I got like a burger, I got 3 tenders, and then I got some sweet potato fries, and it was all right. The fries were fucking disappointing, right? I had some sweet potato fries. They were fucking disappointing. And then like the tenders and burger were all right, but I was like, you know what? For the price I paid, I could have gone to like some cheaper like random wannabe like KFC ripoff like Korean place and got like the same thing but like much cheaper. I was like, it's just not worth it really, is it? But I don't think I'm ordering from there again. Like Wingstop's kind of one of those things that we haven't had in the UK for that long, at least by me. So it's just kind of like I've only recently had it over the last year or so. And like when I first had it, I was like, you know what? This is really good, man. I could enjoy this. And like I really like the ranch as well, because we don't really have ranch over here. I don't know why, but it's that one sauce that we just don't seem to have anywhere. So you either have to make it yourself, or you have to like go to like Wingstop or somewhere that specifically does it. So like it was like my first time having ranch as well, and I was like, you know what? I could have this on like a lot of things. Because even like if you're ordering like pizza, right? I don't think there's anywhere that does pizza where they do ranch. We normally just get like a garlic dip, or like a barbecue dip, or like something like that. It's just disappointing. Tim Hortons, when Burger King brought Timmy's, they started buying cheaper ingredients and the quality went down. I think that's what it is as well. Gotta hoard the ranch. You know what? I was fully planning to, but like I had some of that ranch today with the fries and the tenders, and I was like, nah, it's not that good. I don't know what they've done to it, but it just tastes so much worse than I remember. So I'll stick to. I tell you what sauce slaps though. If you like a bit of a spicy sauce, Algerian sauce, right? That is the fucking shit. Let me you know what? Let me do this. Algerian sauce, man. This shit is the one, man. Oh, give me a second. Just need to minimize this. This shit right here, this sauce. Oh my god, it's so good. It goes so well with like meat and stuff. Because it's you typically have it with like tacos and kebabs and stuff. But man, it's so nice. It's like a sweet but spicy sauce. It's got like onions and garlic and stuff in it, and like it's so good. I like the first time I had this, I brought like a big fuck off bottle after, and then like I was just having it on everything. Didn't matter what it was. I was like, yeah, it's Tunisian, I think. Is it Tunisian, Moroccan, something like that? But you do get it in like France and Switzerland and stuff. But it's nice, man. Wow, it's Algerian, isn't it? Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, oh, it's so good though. So fucking good. Yeah, if you like your spicy sauce, I highly recommend it. I wouldn't say it's like super spicy. It's probably the same as, I'd say it's less than like a chili sauce. It's literally in the title, and I'm just like, maybe it's Algerian. I think so. I'd say check Amazon, because that's where I brought my bottle from. But I think some supermarkets and stuff will sell it. Anyway, let's carry on. Oh, pressed the wrong button.
Involved with someone who is mass messaging, cheating, lying, manipulating. It's bad. Sykkuno did bad. But once again, two wrongs don't make a right.
Yeah.
Then this tweet right here is very dangerous, because he said, I was still a teenager.
It's such a dangerous tweet because they're not specifying their age when he was supposedly targeting them. So like teenager is a very broad perspective, like a very broad amount of years, right? Because it's from like 11 to like 19. So they could be saying this, but they could have been 18, 19 at the time. So they're like painting a false narrative in that case. All they had to do was like say their age and then show some screenshots. But because they like to just say it, there's no proof provided. It's like, you know, you need to build your spice tolerance. Man, best thing I ever did, like when I started, right, I used to like, I really like curry, right? Everyone loves a good fucking curry, right? And I used to just have like chicken tikka, chicken balti, stuff like that. And then I started having like chicken madras, and it was a bit spicy, but like I enjoyed it. And then like I was like, nah, you know what? I want spicier, man. I want spicier, because you have it for so long and then you're not really getting that hit of spiciness. So I moved up to Vindaloo, and I was like, oh yeah, man, I love a good Vindaloo. And then it kind of happened with Vindaloo, so I was like, what can I get that's spicier? And thankfully there's a few places by me that do something called a naga, which is like a spicier Vindaloo, basically. Yeah, it's such a dangerous tweet because she's not specifying what age she specifically was, and she's not providing the screenshots either. So we're just expected to take a word from it, which I think is like, I'm all for like believing victims, but I want to see that proof that you're a victim. It's not enough Latino heat. I need to make the soul of Eddie Guerrero happy with more Latino heat. Oh man, good old Eddie, man. Oh, good old fucking Eddie Guerrero. I miss those days, man. Back in Armageddon days and that. Oh, friggin' lie, cheat, and steal, man. Coming out in his car and that. Oh, it's a shame. It's a shame that he passed away when he did, because he was by far one of the best wrestlers.
When he targeted me. Bao the Whale once again as well reposted this on her account. By proxy, she is adding more attention towards these tweets.
Yeah.
And as you guys can once again tell, I was still a teenager when he targeted me. Everyone instantaneously went.
Yeah, so it's going to be in this anyway, but I'm most likely going to do a video on Bao's response, because to be honest, I'm not happy with it. It's such a fucking weak ass response.
And noted this, being like, hey, yeah, it's bad for you, sure. But a lot of people are like, what did he do to you? You need to have proof.
Yeah. I just hate when someone comes forward trying to be like a victim. Like, I'm all for agreeing if you are an actual victim, but where's the proof? Because it's funny. I'm just saying, like, at this churchy down here, this person here has him blocked, because you can see how the speech bubble is like blacked out a bit. That means that they've either locked their comments, which they can't do because it's part of their thread, or they've got you blocked. They've also got me blocked because I called out a few of the so-called victims, because I was like, well, post your proof. Because like a lot of people that have come out about the Sykkuno stuff are trying to paint themselves as a victim, but they're not going to show they're not going to show them that the screenshots and stuff. There was like literally one person who was like trying to paint themselves as a victim because he used to supposedly hang out with her before he got famous, and then like shortly before he got famous, he ended up dropping her, and then like she raided him after he got famous and he couldn't remember who she was. So I think that kind of tells more about her than it does about him. And on top of that, you know, on top of that, she said she wasn't going to provide any proof. Going to be honest, heard it and it's weird. She's saying she had no hand but got everyone to contact one another. Like that's the thing that I have said, because I've already done a video about Bao like before her video came out. I did a video like I think it was Wednesday, and I pointed out that she has so much more involvement in this than she's trying to play off, because like she's mentioned multiple times in the doc, but all the screenshots or anything related to her involvement just aren't there, which shows that she's trying, like they're trying to downplay her involvement. Because I'm guessing what's happened is like Bao and Mujin have collaborated on the writing of the doc, but then because they don't want to have any negative backlash, they've probably like tried to distance themselves. Yeah, it's always the case. They'll portray themselves as victims when they aren't.
As of right now, it does not seem like much more proof has come out. If more proof happens, I will gladly go and retract all my statements, because that's all I think everyone ever want. Like,
yeah, that's the thing. Like if someone comes forward as a victim and they don't show the proof, and we ask for the proof and they show that there's proof, then we'll be like, you know what, we're fully on board. We agree. What he did to you was horrendous. But it's the fact that people are coming out with these such like egregious claims and they're not willing to show any proof. Like if you're gonna make a claim, show the proof to back it up, because it's not the same as like if it was word of mouth, right? So for example, like say me and Vorkar, right, were talking and Vorkar started like, you know, physically touching me or whatever, you know, like doing the things that some of these girls are saying that Sykkuno's done. I can't, it's basically in that situation, it's a difficult situation because it will be my word against Vorkar's. But in the situation they're in, where, you know, you've got DMs, you've got Discord, you've got Twitter, you've got probably voice calls, because like, you know, Hemamel was happy to record. You've got all this information that can back you up, yet when they're coming out with these statements, they're refusing to show it. So like it doesn't look good on you if you're saying, oh, he's done this to me, he's done that to me, but when people are asking for like proof, you're not willing to show it. You're right, Gabriel. Do you have consent? Tier 3s only get consent, unfortunately. Better question, are you gonna redact your consent after? I don't know, I only let people touch me that I'm in a relationship with, so if you're not willing to be that. But you know, like you can't just make like an egregious claim against someone without proof, and then when people ask for that proof, get all defensive about it, because it just looks bad on you. Like for all we know, like that you could be an actual victim, but if you're not willing to show that proof that you're a victim, then people aren't going to believe you. At least I know your price.
I'm not trying to be like some...
Hey, you don't know my price. 100 tier 3 gifted subs.
Virtue warrior, justice warrior over here, but it's a massive pattern that's happened multiple times with Bao herself specifically. And once again, she has never really addressed these properly, and even with her 10-minute video we'll showcase later on, it was never addressed.
It wasn't.
She just tried to go and retell the story. No sorry, no clarifications. And that was the entire drama these last few days, of the clarification and the discussion of if he was a predator or not.
Of course, Kaio's in the comments as well. I cannot stand that guy. He's such a fucking virtue signaler, man. He said, I just need to be a tier 3. And 99 other people need to be as well, Vorkar.
And if you're a large content creator amplifying these, now it may not be saying 1-to-1 that you per se believe in that, but as well, there's been many instances of big things, such as even defamation case with Amber Heard, which I did actually double check and research on this one, that this is all valid evidence when it comes to things. Would it be accepted by a judge or not? Up to the judge, but this is all valid evidence. Yeah. As you guys can see, this teenager thing, think again, Predator. What do people think about Predator? To catch a predator. Yeah. And many other connotations with this one for popular TV shows. I'm sure most of you guys have ever heard of To Catch a Predator.
That's the thing, like, just because they don't mean the term in its most simplest form, they didn't elaborate on it either until like the backlash hit them. Like all they had to do was provide better context of what they were trying to say, and they wouldn't have had so much backlash. But they didn't want to do it until the backlash
Predator,
hit.
which is an
So it
entire
just
show
made
by
them
Chris
look
Hansen,
worse.
a few spin-offs, where his entire idea is them basically having grown men, typically interacting with an alleged someone underage, and then catching them and interview them and basically putting them on the spot and calling them on out to catch a predator. This is why the predator terminology is a very important distinction.
Yeah.
But people are like, hey, you need to have proof. Where is the proof? Where is the proof? And of course, some people are like, you're an age, this makes me so angry too as well, but there's no accountability steps to people too.
Yeah.
It's really not good. Now, other people out here, you guys can kind of go and see, you know, people are asking for more, but people are like, this is very serious. Even if this is true, you saying it without having any proof of what you're accusing him of, plus him having a lot of money, can land you in.
That entire drama is just one victim and a bunch of scumbags. It is. How many dramas has Bao been in? Because I recall one with Artist, one with Cinder. So last year she had the Cinder drama. She had the thing to do with the tweet she did about male content creators that we now know is meant to reference Sykkuno, but she decided to generalize it and then double and triple down. She had the drama with the Artists, which came shortly after, and then there was another drama with the Pyro Pups. So another Cinder. It wasn't as big, but it was like a kind of a spin-off drama she did. And then obviously there's this now where she's like basically involved, but she's trying to downplay her involvement. Yeah, the thing is, the girlfriends chose to like stay with him, so all we can do is hope for the best that they can fix their relationship, or, you know, at least the girlfriend gets what she wants out of it, because she is the victim at the end of the day. And it's just a shame that all these people have come forward and made her situation public without even consoling in her if that's okay, and then they don't even have the decency to reach out to her after the fact.
Bad situations, if you decide to sue, be careful. Just someone being on the middle ground.
Yeah.
But also people saying, hey, I kind of an F to doubt. Post the evidence. What's going on with this? But one thing I want to make a big note on is, without reposting this, I would like to go along, but I'm not the type to do mindless mob tactics.
Yeah.
Good. And for some odd reason,
Calling
many
it out.
VTuber women were also just not allowing Bao to take proper accountability, because this is a pretty serious thing that she's doing. This
Yeah.
is also a pattern of.
That's the thing. She wants to downplay her involvement, but when she's sitting there reposting everything, she's bringing views to it, she's bringing attention to it, and people are gonna take that and be like, oh, what's this she's reposting? Oh, this is serious. They're gonna automatically start taking like Bao's side on it without actually looking into it properly.
Event that I can show this more if I ever need to. I've been trying not to do like a massive big expose, because it once again involves me a lot. I don't want to be some woe is me victim. I'd rather go prioritize and showcase up this current ongoing situation, because this actually matters a lot more. I was just tossed aside, and that's just how the world is sometimes, especially if you're a man. We learned that throughout the whole big Bao discussion, because once again, there were people being abused, calling out their abuse stories, and Bao was just mocking everyone, ignoring everything, and when there was real victims involved, she did not care. If anything, she
really
made it
didn't.
worse and added more fuels in the fire, and people who were trying to go call out these actual bad, heinous acts of such as VTubers who were.
She tries to twist the narrative by making it so you either agree with everything or disagree with everything. No nuance in takes allowed on Twitter. It's always the way with Twitter though. Like people just aren't willing to accept that like they're like a middle ground. It's either you 100% agree or you 100% disagree. There's no middle ground, and I'm so fucking tired of it, because like we need to just be adults in the situation and go, you know what, you could be right. You know, two things can be right. And like I even said it with this, right, because there was like someone trying to say someone was trying to argue with me because I pointed out that like, yes, Sykkuno's a cheater, but all the other allegations are just allegations that, you know, don't have any proof. And the in fact what they posted in the Google Doc and what they've posted since contradicts a lot of the other allegations. And when I'm pointing that out, they're just like trying to downplay it to, oh, so you're happy to defend Sykkuno over this, but you won't call him out for a cheater. I didn't say that. I like, so many people are sitting there trying to say that, like, oh, because we're like defending Sykkuno on these false allegations, we're not holding him accountable to him being a cheater. And we're like, yes, we are, because if you start downplaying the seriousness of false allegations, all you're doing is putting it in a situation where, even though you've got a serious allegation of him cheating, yeah, I called him out for cheating because he is a cheater and he's admitted to that. But like, if you start downplaying the seriousness of false allegations, all you're doing is, it's going to be like a boy cried wolf situation where, you know, oh, this person can just make up false allegations and then like we've got to take it as fact. It's so stupid. Just hold people accountable to actual serious allegations instead of trying to muddy the waters with false ones, because it just looks bad on you if you've made a bunch of allegations and 1 out of 4 of them is correct. People are going to see the other 3 and go, well, why are you making these? And then being like, oh, well, these aren't right. And then if you're going to just ignore the fact that these 3 are incorrect and go, well, one of them is, you know, we can all agree that one of them's correct, but 3 of them aren't. Like, you can't make false allegations and then disregard it.
Grooming a dog.
Because that can be seen as slander, or like, you know, if he takes it to court, he can sue you for it because you've made. He can easily claim it's an attack on his character. It's trying to paint him and portray him in a certain light that he isn't, and by doing that, you're actually damaging as a content creator and a, you know, a social media icon or whatever you want to call it. It can be damaging to his income, and that can be used in court to you know, sue them, because you're actively trying to paint him in a negative light that isn't correct, and it's damaging to his income. So like, you know, everyone's happy to sit here and go, yeah, he's a cheater, what he did wasn't right. Obviously his girlfriend wants to stay with him and try and fix things. That's up to her. That's her choice. Whether you agree with it or not, you know, nothing you can do about it. But you can't just sit here and be like, oh, you know what, they're this, that, and the other. Like, he's this, he's that, he's a predator, he's a master manipulator, because he's not. You don't have the proof, and until you have the proof, it's just speculation.
Old women VTubers who were grooming minors in horrible sins. I have video.
Yeah, it's defamation. That's exactly what it is
on this, and this is why I stand so firmly on this, because Bao, in my honest opinion, was really in the wrong.
Yeah,
this is something that these bigger content creators cannot just be skedaddling along doing. You cannot be in multiple huge Google Docs and calling people out, or like everything. It's a really bad precedent, and I'm not sure why people are okay with this. It really is not. Maybe I'm overstepping. Please tell me if I am, but it's a pattern of behavior, because this guy, it was getting called a pedophile.
Yeah.
I'll show you guys in a second. Like, this guy these last few days was getting people debating if he was a pedophile or not. And what's...
Don't remind me of this people attacking. Oh, it pissed me off, man. Like, I literally put out a tweet that I was like, you know what? You don't have to agree with the girlfriend, but at the end of the day, the girlfriend is the victim, and anyone attacking her or try, like, because I saw people trying to say, oh, well, that's not the girlfriend, speaking. How the fuck do you know? Are you sitting there next to Sykkuno when he's posting it? No, you're not. Like, you don't have that proof that it's like the girlfriend didn't have input. And like, I will happily take the word that, you know, the girlfriend in the response wasn't in, like, I'd take it as the girlfriend's word when she's sitting there saying that she wasn't reached out to, she wasn't made aware that it was going to go public. They didn't even reach out to her after the fact, because it's fucking clear when the whole doc is from Hemamel's perspective, and it's like, oh, well, you're saying here you've spoke to the girlfriend, you're saying here you've been put in touch with multiple other girls that are so-called Sykkuno's victims, but there's only 2 of you that have come forward. One of you just talking about a time she slept with him, and then that turned out to be, oh, she cheated on her own boyfriend to sleep with him, which is fucking hypocritical to begin with. And now because it's being found out that you cheated on your boyfriend to sleep with him, and it looks like your boyfriend's fucking clocked on and fucked you off because of it, you've gone and privated your account. The other one of you, like, you in the fucking Discord call, you're sitting there saying you don't care about the cheating because he didn't cheat on you, and you still want to keep him around and be friends with him, and he can make it up to you. Like, come on, like, you are not fucking victims. Like, the only victim here is his girlfriend, and you have, like, where is the girlfriend's input in the doc? So you've clearly done this without like reaching out to her and asking if it's okay. Like, it's 2 things happening that match up, that line up. So people sitting here saying, oh, well, the girlfriend didn't write that. How do we know it's not Sykkuno? Are you fucking stupid? Of course, the girlfriend's got her own social media. If Sykkuno wrote that himself and tried to pretend to be his girlfriend, what do you think is going to happen? First, his friends are going to call him out. Second, his girlfriend's going to call him out. And thirdly, that fucking chance of trying to fix his relationship is gone. So all you're doing is muddying the waters again and like downplaying the actual fucking victim's own input into the situation just because you don't agree with it. Like, fucking hell, like, just because you don't agree with it doesn't mean that she can't, like, make her own decisions. First scumbaggy mate poaching and then crying for... Exactly.
Again, this is stuff that Bao was retweeting and bringing attention towards. With Bao reposting this is someone confirming they came here from Bao's attention.
Yeah.
I would like to go along with this, but I'm not the type to do mindless mob tactics. Is Sykkuno a cheater and a man? Yes, he is. Is he a predator? No.
Exactly.
I would agree, and most people have. If you make a claim, do you need to provide proof? Only if you want to prove your claim.
Yeah.
As well. And people also calling it out for trying to go reward for more sensationalism. And on top of that, people are saying we need to go and have evidence, and teenager has a big long bracket from now.
That's the thing, like, you can't sit there and say, oh, I was a teenager when he contacted me. What age were you? Because, like, you know, 11 to 17 is problematic. 18 and 19 is not. If you're 18 and 19 and you're trying to portray yourself as a fucking... Because what you're doing by saying he was a teenager when he contacted me is you're trying to portray him as a predator. When, for all we know, you could have been 18 or 19. You're a fucking legal adult at that time. Like, you can't... It's you know, it's fucking stupid. Like, give us the proof and just say how old you were. That's all you've got to do. But instead, people like this will make egregious claims and then not provide that proof, and then they'll lock the comments, or they won't respond, and then they'll just move on with their lives. They just want that fucking pity party. Like, this person, that must have been so scary. I'm glad this has come to light so others are aware. I'm sorry you had to go through that. You're taking what she's saying as fact. She's provided no proof. She's been so generalized with the age by saying she was a teenager instead of saying, oh, she would, because what's going to sound worse? She was like, let's play devil's advocate. Let's say she said, oh, she was 16 when he contacted him, when he contacted her. That looks fucking horrendous. If she goes, oh, she was 18 when he contacted her, that you know, it's a bit fucking weird because of his age, but it's 2 legal adults, you know. It's such a different scenario. And when you're sitting here just saying teenager, you're automatically putting him in a situation where it's the worst outcome, because people are always going to think of the worst outcome in this situation when you're saying that kind of thing. But then you've got people like this that just sit there and take it as fact without any proof.
11 to 19. You know, people are saying these are very serious accusations. You need proof. And so far, no proof has come out. I don't care about being right in terms of like, oh, wow, I think these people are narcissists or bad.
Yeah.
I just want people, if there's actual proof, please.
Yeah, just show the proof. Show the proof and people will back you up, because you can't be out here making egregious claims without that proof, because you're trying to damage someone's reputation. And like, you know, how would you feel if it was you? How would this person feel if someone started making claims about her approaching them? Exactly, it's innocent until proven guilty, but for some reason on Twitter, it's always guilty until proven innocent. It's fucking stupid.
Provided. But it seems like Sykkuno's girlfriend is they're done. Like, I feel like their arc is done. But if there's something serious for the sake of protecting other women, other potential victims, it should be known. Now, ideally, this whole situation should hopefully die on down so Sykkuno and his girl can go and kind of rekindle what they have. But this also is not going to happen unless these people refute these claims and let people know the full-on information. Yes, a lot of people were calling this stuff on out. A lot. Like, people, are there any updates? Even like another day, it was just attempted grift. Sorry, going to have to show proof for me to believe the predator part. There's been plenty of proof of him being an F-boy, which last time checked isn't illegal. If it's true, you should file a police report and take legal action. There better be proof of this. Like, all this proof is not here. Everyone's begging for proof, and some people just being like, I'm so sorry to deal with this. That's fine, but once again, what I'm trying to tell you guys is a lot of YouTuber women are not, like, this is very serious stuff coming out. My heart goes to any woman who is affected by this or hurt by this, but these are big, serious allegations. Like, once again, even people over here, I showed some other video, a lot of you owe Bao an apology. No, Bao owes Sykkuno. Like, you guys can maybe say apology, maybe not, but she at least deserves to give him a clarification. Same with Muujin. These people are not good. Same with the original VTuber as well. This is a very bad situation that they did. This is like, these are millions upon millions of people, and there is a lot of people thinking this guy was a predator. And this is what I'm trying to go and say is people are trying to so blindly state that Bao is right, that they were good. But these people,
absolutely hated that, like, the second that the doc came out, right? You had so many people being like, oh, you owe Bao an apology. Bao was right. Like, when you make such a generalized statement, you're gonna be right at some point. Like, if I made a fucking statement saying all female VTubers are whores and just have an OF/Fansly, obviously there's going to be a fucking whore that has an OF and Fansly. That's Shy Lily. That's not bad, but they're pretty much the same. Hey, how you doing? I find it weird that same hurt feelings is the same as hurt from harm. Yeah, it's so bizarre, man. It's so bizarre.
Or just people that are purely just hyper fans of like Shy Lily and these other people. Well, they will do nothing wrong. And this is the exact showcase I'm trying to tell you guys, because these same women were just like, what do you mean? Bao is right. Men are horrible. Men are gross, disgusting.
There's so much misandry in the VTuber space. I'm fucking tired of it. I hate that they just exist to hate men. It's like they have nothing going for their lives. So half the time, like, I said it earlier, right? I said it earlier on Twitter, but why is it always when there's a female VTuber that's misandrist, like blatant misandrist, why does she always have an OnlyFans or Fansly, or she's thirst trapping? Why is she always playing into the male attention and male gaze when she hates males so much? It's like a self-inflicted hatred that they project, because like they hate men, but they rely on men so heavily to you know, to keep themselves going. Like even Bao does it, because like she does Fansly. Like I cannot respect. I'm at the point now where I cannot respect anyone that does Fansly or OnlyFans. Like any female VTuber I see, I'm not trying to like associate with, because they're problematic. Every single issue I've ever had in the VTuber space has been with a VTuber, a female VTuber that has an OnlyFans or a Fansly or thirst traps or plays into like the parasocial with male VTubers and their viewers. Like, it's just not worth the hassle to try and be friends with them, to try and, you know, collab with them, because there's going to come a point where they'll try and throw you under the bus. I've had my own experience with this recently. There was a I haven't really like touched on it because nothing's really happened with it, but there was a female VTuber I was friends with. I was friends with her for like 3 years. I knew of her for, well, I've known of her for like 4 years. When I first became friends with her, she was like, you know, you say so, you cozy VTuber streamer. She wasn't really like playing into that, and then she started doing like lewd content, like being a bit, you know, unsay so or whatever you want to call it. And then she started doing Fansly, and then like she went full on degenerate. And like at the point that she started doing Fansly, I muted her. I didn't interact with her. I just muted her account because like all I saw was her constantly like begging for like people to come subscribe to her Fansly, like playing into the parasocial, like, you know, that typical thing that a lot of the lewd tubers do. And I should have unfollowed her at that point, but my logic was, you know what, I've been friends with this person, I've been mutuals with this person for 3 years. I'm not gonna just all of a sudden unfollow them because they haven't done anything to offend me. I don't agree with what they're doing. I don't really like what they're doing, but you know, we've been mutuals and I've never had an issue, so I'm just gonna mute them. I'm gonna leave them at that. And there was like a point where like I had reached out to her to like a few times to like ask her about what she does on Fansly, and then there was like a part where she kept begging for like, she kept complaining because she wanted like someone to dom her basically. And like, I have friends that do that kind of thing in the kind of area she lives in, because she lives in America. I've got a few American friends that are into that, so I was like reaching out to see if I could like, you know, do a bit of matchmaking, so to speak. She never responded, so I just kind of left it at that. But then she took those tweets, those DMs out of context the one time, because I called out like lewd tubers, and she took those DMs out of context to try and make me look bad. And like, you know, I'll own up and say it made me look a bit cringe, but that's the most it did. But there are female VTubers, but yeah, that's the way it is, man. But yeah, she tried to use these DMs to like attack me and like talk about how I'm following her. And I was like, yeah, but I've had you muted for like the longest time because I don't agree with what you're doing. Like you've gone full on degenerate. Like I don't like that. It doesn't make you look good, especially when she's turned her fucking VTuber into a furry. Like I'm not into that shit. Like I don't need to see a fucking furry, you know, furry fucking lewd art. I'm not interested. So like she tried to use it against me, didn't really work. I just kind of blocked her and moved on. And then like a few months back, it came up again. Like she had like some of her followers trying to like drop the DMs, and I'm just like, what's the fucking point? Like it didn't work the first time. It makes me look a bit cringe, but there's plenty people that are worse than me out there, and like what I said is quite tame. So what is your fucking point? It just doesn't work well.
Horrible. It's kind of the big purpose of it all, because people are being like, no, not every man is a predator, not every man is a creep.
Yeah.
And sometimes men do go and get harassed.
Yeah.
It's not good. No one, as everyone, women and men, do not want to be harassed. No one wants to be sexually harassed, abused in any instance, but it does happen from women doing it to men.
Yeah.
Or as well as
that's the thing that a lot of people don't understand is like when we had the big thing where I was quite vocal about like Bao, in response to Bao, I had so many people. I had like a bunch of men reach out to me with their own personal stories. They didn't want me to come public with it, so I'm not going to name them. But some of the stuff they were saying was so like horrendous, like being like women being like so forward with them and like treating them like they're just dicks to fuck, and like even when they're just trying to like have a simple conversation with these women, they're just like being degraded and downplayed. They're like devalued. It's disgusting fucking behavior. And then like these same women will sit there on Twitter talking about how like, oh, you know, fuck men and men are the problem and we hate VTuber men and stuff. And it's just like, no, you're just a fucking shitty person that doesn't value the opposite sex.
Sometimes false allegations can ruin men's lives. In case in point from my own example, which is why I'm so headstrong on this. It was a very, very sad situation I had to go through. And when I took it in stride. I try to be very mature with Bao and being like, hey, you know, I understand you may not see every tweet, whatever. My tweets and videos, millions of views.
Yeah.
Inexcusable.
Yep.
Inexcusable that she did not ever go and address the fact that minors or even disguised toast were being lively sexually harassed while she was harassing and mocking other people, making jokes.
Yeah, because the thing is, like, disguised toast, because I remember it was to do with that dude that Nina sexually harassed on stream, because she also did it with disguised toast, and he did a video talking about it. And then like he was talking about his own experience and she just mocked him over it, and then like didn't even have the decency to like apologize or anything.
Jokes on stream saying she's engaged in farming, making money on it all, when there was literally minors being groomed in front of it. At the same exact time, Muujin also made a YouTube video discussing this all on the Cinder situation, once again prioritizing the idea of canceling out all these other people when real victims were involved. And once again, you guys can see that they have not really prioritized the victim over here, because Sykkuno's girlfriend did not even get messaged. They never.
That's the thing that they're on about. Oh, did you not know? Yeah. I'll try and find a clip quickly. But yeah, basically there was like some event or something that they were doing, and Nina was like sexually harassing him. Here it is. Let me just minimize. Let me come out of full screen. It's this clip here.
Yeah. Are you ready, Emily? Like, he says that I
was trying to get a massage from the physical therapist when Nina, I've never met, pushed aside the therapist and started grabbing my ass while I was already laid on the table. I felt pressured to go along with it because 3 IRL streamer cameras pointed at my face, and also being sponsored at the event. I did not want to escalate the situation. I was extremely uncomfortable the whole time. Definitely should have said something in the moment and regret not doing so. And honestly, a little ashamed of myself for not speaking up, because I just know if I've ever spoke about it again in the future, people will say, well, you should have stopped it then.
when Nina, and I also remember, like, what the fuck?
You ready?
Yeah, go ahead, Nina.
All right.
Okay, Fred.
I know. Bro, like.
Okay, Fred.
I know. I saw that too. Like,
yeah.
Okay, girl.
No, Nina. Oh my.
Obviously, extra Emily's there as well. I do not like extra Emily either. I see so much controversy about her. I want to do a video briefly on her as well for next week, because there's been some controversy with her because she has been seen view buying, so
Wow,
I might cover it.
Masseuse, Toast.
brother, reverse the roles.
Exactly, reverse the roles, and Disguised Toast would be getting fucking cancelled, but because it's a woman doing it, she gets away with it. It's fucking disgusting. I hate this whole, like, the whole Me Too movement and everything, and like modern feminism has just ruined society, because we're in a situation now where women are allowed to get away with sexually harassing guys, sexually assaulting guys, and if a guy speaks up about it, he's seen as a fucking joke. It's not taken seriously. But when it's the opposite way around, even if there's not evidence, even if there's no evidence provided, the guy is automatically painted as a fucking as an abuser, like as the like as it's a fact. It's fucking disgusting.
Even cared. It didn't even seem like she even knew this video was coming out. So it shows Mujin horrible.
Give me a second. I'm gonna grab some water. I'm back.
Like, there is so much more I can go and cover, but you guys will probably get the gist in a separate video. But like, this is a disgusting situation. And for some odd reason, a lot of women are like, well, men suck and Bao is right. She's my idol. She's so girl boss. But this is not a girl boss. This is a narcissist who you're somehow falling for, because this is a very dangerous precedent that she's not fixing these terminologies that she called. When I was streaming this over on Twitch, and we kind of helped us all kind of come together with it, because I wanted to make sure I addressed this all properly and I wasn't overstepping. So I was asking my community of women and men, and someone even went and said this, so shout out to Crash. He did say it was fine for me to state this, saying I was at the time too debating if he was an actual legitimate.
That's the thing, when you call someone a predator, you're using a term that is massively generalized towards people that go after children. So even though, yes, you're right that, like, oh, if it's the case where he's going after, you know, smaller female content creators to try and have sex with them, then yeah, by that definition, yeah, he is a predator. But when you just use the term as you did, you're trying to use it for views because you're portraying him as something much worse than he actually is. And then, like, they all kind of like tried to downplay it after. If they were just honest from the get-go, or like gave clarification straight away, it would have been better. But like, Mujin waited like several days before he responded, which just shows that, like, the thing is, he responded to XQC first, and then he responded to Powder, and then he released like a statement. Well, then he released a statement after. So he wasn't even willing to release like a follow-up statement to be like, oh, well, you know, maybe I should have worded it better about this, because yeah, I can see why people would think I meant that. But, you know, they're just so fucking stupid with how they are. Like, just either be more thorough in what you're saying from the get-go, or offer that clarification shortly after. Don't wait like until like the views have stacked up and then like be like, oh well, actually I meant this. Always about equality and break down gender norms until it stops benefiting them and that they want the gender norms. Yeah,
predators. But that's just because of the label.
Yeah.
Like, what was even considered a predator? And when most people came to that conclusion, you see things like to catch a predator or child predators. Those are very proper terminologies that people will utilize for it. Yes, there is things that are predatory or like, you know, all that type of stuff, sure. But in most cases, that's like kind of the connotation. And also saying this is also from seeing Bao's tweet on my own timeline, the same retweets that we were showing you guys. And as well, even these messages, the teenage things, spurred on a massive conversations. Or other people
it's trying to paint him as you know, someone that goes after children. There's no if or but about it. Like, they are trying to paint him that way. You can't retweet someone saying that he targeted her when she was a teenager, but then when people are asking for clarification on her actual age and proof, she's not giving it. And say, oh, well, we were already calling him a predator, but we're not going to give that explanation of what we actually mean. But we are going to repost this person who's saying that, you know, he went after her when she was a teenager. That's playing into him being an actual predator. Like, you can't muddy the waters and try to like downplay the fucking the definition at that point.
Literally calling them pedos. Saying, and Saikuno is for inappropriately messaging a 17-year-old LMAO.
But where's this proof?
No reason to bring her up. People online, I can get you guys a lot more information if you guys ever need it, but sometimes all you need is one. And there's other instances too, we've shown these videos. People were going and calling him a pedophile.
Yeah.
It's really bad.
Yeah, but I used to have respect for Mugen, but since the Cinder shit, I like that credibility he's got, that respect I've got for him has just diminished. And like, this is like the final nail in the coffin, because like, not only did he like clearly do it from the intention of like, oh, he gets to be the first commentary channel that covers it. That's going to give him so much engagement, so many views. It's going to give him so much income. It's such a good thing for him. But like, not only was there that, so he's already going into it with a clear bias. And if you watch the video, he speaks throughout the whole time in a clear bias, because he's clearly supporting the so-called victims, because they're giving him that opportunity above anyone else. So he's already biased to begin with. It's like games journalists, right? When like games journalists will give shit games a high score because they got access to it first. I kind of followed the wrong people. The thing with the Cinder thing, right? The simplest way I look at the Cinder situation was, all of them were in the wrong to some degree. They're all shitty people. It's just Cinder was very business orientated, and I didn't like that. And let's be honest, even though she was probably the most successful one out of them, she was very business orientated. She wanted what worked best for her business, which it's not necessarily a bad way to be, but in the situation where it's like involving your friends as well, you need to kind of like lay off being so like business orientated. And then but then on the opposite side, you've got like Shy Lily, Bao and all that coming together behind her back and like painting her in this like negative light, and then shunning her from the group. And then when Cinder's trying to move on and get on with her life and like comes back to streaming, they still turned on her and like started trying to bring her up again. And I think she was the smallest, like in comparison to Shy Lily, I think she had like less numbers, but in terms of like the amount of donations and like amount of like merch she was selling, like the general support in terms of like monetized support, she was like well above Shy Lily. Because I think Shy Lily's probably like, in terms of numbers, Shy Lily's more successful, but Cinder was more successful in terms of like her actual income. So she's got like more of a loyal fan base that was willing to like buy her merch and like support her through like monetary value and stuff. But everyone in that situation was a piece of shit, is a piece of shit. Like even Bao, like Bao in that situation tried to play it off that she didn't know what was going on and she was just a victim of it all. And like even like the Pyro Pups were like, oh yeah, Bao is just a victim in all this. And then when Cinder came back to streaming and like the Pyro Pups were just like, oh, you know, we're just gonna do our own thing and like we're just gonna support Cinder and not get involved in the drama, and you know, we still want to be here to support her because she made some mistakes, but we forgive her. Bao decided to like start attacking the Pyro Pups and going after them and then like doubling down and stuff. And it's like, why are you attacking her fan base for being like supportive when she's like, she made a mistake, she came back and she tried to like reflect upon the mistake and improve herself. And then like you, who is supposed to be a victim in all this, that they even said, yeah, you're just a victim, it's unfortunate and we still support you. You're now going after those people that have turned around and said that you're a victim and they support you. Like it's not a good look really, is it? It reminds me of that the Eric Andre meme where like you've got the guy sitting on the chair and he shoots him. It's like Bao sitting on the chair, Bao shooting herself and being like, why would the Pyro Pups do this? Like she's always got someone else to blame for her own actions. It's so fucking shit. Like just take some fucking accountability for once in your life, man.
And people are trying to go and bring this stuff on out to be like, hey, these are very serious allegations. People are now starting to call out these things from Mujin, from Bao, from Hemidal, because these are technically false allegations. This is really, really not good. And on top of this, like it seems like this Hemidal woman was the one who kind of stirred this all on up. If anything, this is also their own fault for all of this. You know, like it's really, really, really bad. I can show you guys even more messages because I also had more men come out and state that how much they've been hurt by Bao due to the prior instances I mentioned many months ago where a lot of men were in very bad situations. Or even people now still basically going and calling Sykkuno an abuser. You are a serial abuser. I grew up in an abusive household and I've watched you play this out before. She may be choosing to stay. This message could be coerced or ghost written. I want to remind everyone the Sykkuno's girlfriend is well known. I'm not going to say her name, but she's a content creator herself that can go and publicly.
That's the thing. Like, I think it's been revealed before. I'm not going to start looking into it because obviously she can do that herself. She can come out publicly herself if she wanted to. Like, she's big enough herself that like if she wants to talk on it properly, she can.
Own this statement if she chooses to. She has her own following. People would see it. People know her in the community. I do not want to say her name to go and cause more hate. She has already been like,
oh,
people know who she is.
Yeah.
They're saying she might not be involved in the statement at all. This person's just obviously speculating, sure, but yes, impossible to tell at this point. But the reality is you are a serial abuser. This person is calling Sykkuno an abuser. Like we're seeing these horrible terminologies being throwing away.
There's a vast difference between being a serial cheater and a serial abuser. By calling him a serial abuser, you're making him now sound like he's like domestically violent or like, you know, some sort of like abusing his girlfriend in some way. No, he cheated on her, which is shit. But when you start muddying the waters by throwing out all these fucking random allegations that just aren't true, you devalue the actual issue at hand, and people don't seem to understand that. It's so fucking stupid.
And also, according to the pedophilic chuds in my reply, since Sykkuno wasn't playing WWE Super Slam with these women's skulls, it wasn't abuse. Serial cheating is abuse, you room temp cattle. Serial cheating is just cheating. He's a cheater. He was not an abuser. He was not abusing his girlfriend. There is no...
That's why we've got the fucking definite... You've got the fucking answer right there. Serial cheating. It's not serial abuser. It's serial cheating.
Qualifications of abuse for it. He was a cheater. Yes. Was he a manipulator? I would say he did manipulate a lot of the truths and hit his girlfriend.
Yeah.
But people are being abused.
Like, he manipulated to some degree, but like the way they tried to portray it is like he like coerced them into like, you know, sleeping with him, and then they never wanted this and they were all innocent. Let's face it, half these fucking hoes that he fucking DM'd were like, or like in some cases they fucking DM'd him, like Hemamal did. Like fucking Elphilia cheated on her fucking boyfriend to sleep with Saikuno. Let's not act like he coerced them into fucking him. They knew what they were doing. They're fucking adults. They can make their own decisions. They went into it fully knowing like that, you know, they want to fuck him. So don't sit here and try and like downplay your fucking decision making.
User predator. Y'all need to pick up a dictionary, because there is no abuse in the whole situation. Just because the girl didn't like him cutting off doesn't mean it's abuse. And people are saying you're generally so disgusting to be a better person. You know, a lot of people are out here being like, oh my God, she has a Twitter. She can come as post if that wasn't truly from her.
Yeah.
A lot of mites and assumptions, a lot of projection, not a single fact. And that's a big thing. Facts that matter. It is a whole...
That's the thing. Like, facts are what matter here. The fact of the matter is, he's a cheater. He's cheated on his girlfriend with multiple women. He lied about being single to them, which is where the manipulation is. And that's the extent of it. That's the extent, at least from what I've seen, because every girl that's tried to come forward about him, Bao is just a bitter person who ends up being typical hypocritical misandrist. Accept any accountability is so hard than blaming someone for their shit behavior. 100%. Like, in every situation I have seen Bao in, she never once takes accountability. She just downplays her involvement and then just she always puts on like the pity party, you know, like the sad voice, maybe a bit of crying, and I don't know what was going on, and I thought we were friends, and I didn't know she was like that, and I can't believe that Cinder would abuse me and take advantage of me like that. And then I didn't really do anything with Saikuno. I just tried to introduce the girls to each other because they were all his victims, and I wanted them to like be able to tell Saikuno's girlfriend the truth, because she deserves that. Like, come on, bro. Like, how pathetic do you have to be that you want to fucking self-victimize in every situation? It's like you've got your fingers in so many fucking pies, and those pies are just dramas. Like, people aren't fucking stupid. They see that every time there's a fucking drama in the VTuber community that's to do with big fucking VTubers, Bao's involved. Like, it's obvious at this point. She's involved in so many dramas, and she's always fucking sticking her fingers in the pies and getting involved and twisting the narrative. Like, come on, man, just take some fucking accountability for your actions. It's a VTuber space, man, because it's one of these fucking spaces where we're expected to just believe all victims and like guilty until proven innocent, and like, you know, if it's a woman making a mistake, we should forgive them straight away. And it's just, no, I'm fed up of it, because like at the end of the day, Bao is she's constantly in drama, and when she gets called out for her being involved, she'll double and triple down. She'll try to like paint people as worse than they actually are, and then she plays victim at the end of it, and she always does it in a way that like she's gonna get the least amount of backlash. Like right now there's a lot of people on Twitter calling her out. Where do you think Bao responded? You think she responded on Twitter? Hell no. She went and did it on a stream. She went to where she's safe, because it's her own community that's listening to her. And like, no one's really going to go there to watch her stream to see if she responds. there might be like 1 or 2 people, but the majority of people watching Bao are going to be her community, so they're going to be less severe on her than like people that are calling her out. So she goes to her own stream, she puts on the woe is me voice, and then like she doesn't even take any accountability. She just basically says everything that we know already, and then just goes that she doesn't want to be sued over it. Like, come on, like, fucking hell, take some fucking accountability. You're brave enough to chat shit on your stream when you're trying to like be a fucking misandrist, but the second people call you out, you want to fucking, you know, you want to grab your VTuber, hide them, and go, guys, let me. Guys, it's not fair. Like, come on, guys, it's not that bad. It's not my fault. I didn't mean to. I was just trying to help them. Like, come on, bro. Like, fucking hell. Like, how many times are we gonna have to put up with this fucking misandrist getting away with fucking bullshit, getting involved in every drama, causing problems all the time? Like, I'm like fed up with the VTuber community as is, because like, if you've noticed over the past like say 2-3 years, we have had 0 new Western VTubers blow up, right? And I'm not even talking like to like try and be like, oh, you know what, why haven't I blow up? It's like, you look at the top VTubers, right? It is the same people that have been at the top for like the past like 4 years, 3 years. We have had 0 new VTubers blow up because they're not given the opportunity to, because the ones at the top keep everything about like everything going on in the Western VTuber sphere about themselves. Like, how often do you see them reaching out to like collab with like smaller VTubers or like involve themselves with smaller VTubers? The only time you see them doing anything is when they're like causing drama, and that too because like because the people at the top paint like project this image of the VTuber space that's like just seen to like a lot of normies as like this problematic space that, you know, we just cause problems all the time, and like we hate everyone and we're always in drama. We do. It's such a rare commodity. Like, I actually find that these days I don't really associate with many VTubers. I tend to like hang out with people like Scrubbings and stuff more, where they're like, you know, people that aren't necessarily VTubers. They're like outside the space, but kind of like they want to get involved, because I know like when they get involved, they're still going to be like the same person. They're not going to be this like fake person that's trying to like act a different way. It's like a monopoly. Yeah, 100%. Like, it's always been that way since they've been at the top, and it's just fucking boring. Like, because they're not good people. From what we've seen, they're not good people. There's a saying that starts to resonate a lot. Women don't grow up, they just grow old. And looking at the ones we've got in chart, like the top VTubers we've got on the Western side, it's so true. Because how many times do we see these girls that are at the top of the VTube, like the Western VTubing side of things, and like they're just constantly in drama, they're constantly causing drama, constantly having these high school fucking arguments and stuff, and not taking accountability. They peaked in high school, and then they, like, you know, they haven't grown up since. It's fucking stupid.
Hard. It's a hard conversation to have, and that's why XQC had so much like issues, and why I myself can go and call it, because I've had interactions with Bao that I can prove my point if I needed to.
Yeah.
Like, there's a reason why I'm on this video, once again, calling out this Bao woman, because she is seemingly a meandrist. She never cared about male victims, never cared about disguised toast, or as well, never cared about me in my situation. Not that I matter, I don't want to be a victim, but on the sake of like accountability and pattern behaviors, such with Cinder, such with these big videos coming out and messages and this collective cohesion trying to cancel people, and now with her retweeting and platforming all these things that are leading towards these opinions and people calling him out. It's really not good. There's even a message to as well where she went and she called him basically like a Harvey Weinstein, Saikuno. Because people are saying this shouldn't be ignored. Your contribution to the Saikuno doc, as well as the repost without qualifications, require a few things out of you. An outright confirmation that your tweet was indeed about Saikuno. This was already proven in the Google Doc. Bao told me at the end of March, Saikuno's girlfriend reached out to her regarding a controversial tweet Bao made. She asked Bao if that tweet was about Saikuno. Yes. So this was confirmed, at least it kind of seems like that. They called and Bao explained to her that the other woman had confided in her about similar experiences with him. She described a pattern of behavior where he targeted small female content creators and pressured them to having with him. It's still bad. Saikuno did bad, but two wrongs don't make her right. You can allude, or at least I'm gonna believe it's so. If I'm wrong, I would love, just keep that in mind for the sake of this video. Bao told me at the end of March, Saikuno's girlfriend reached out to her regarding the controversial tweet. She asked Bao if that tweet was true, if that was true, that the tweet was about Saikuno. And then instantaneously they went and sent a message on top of this, and she was discussing this all as well. Once again, going and bleeding towards the full-on conversation about this, and her finding out about the whole Saikuno's romantic and life. So I think there's a little bit more discussed in the Twitch VOD, but you can pretty much go and assume too as well, because of the fact that she said this controversial tweet Bao made last year, that it would go and be most likely about Saikuno. Because once they started talking, the conversation instantaneously went to Saikuno, explaining these patterns of behaviors, and then Bao once again orchestrating this on out. Now, I want to defend Bao a little bit, although I'm going pretty hardcore on her, because pedophilia is a very serious call out that people were discussing online, and her being a big proper content creator, this was a very, very serious offense that she still has not dismissed or ignored. Or she is ignoring it and she's dismissing it and never, she's basically trying to do her own type of manipulation.
Sorry, I've just seen that another Google Docs dropped. I might quickly grab it and we'll give it a quick look. So I do want to go over this, but it is like an hour long video. Let me see if I can grab that video quickly. Give me 1 second. Let me just. Okay, let's have a quick read. Personal account of my experience. A lot of communication occurred over the calls. There's written evidence. So there's limited written evidence. I've tried to include as much as I can. So it's, I'll read the first bit first, all right? So it says, after reading both the private and public apologies, I do not feel reassured. This is part of why I'm choosing to share my experience now. I also believe people can make more informed decisions when they have more context, not less. Saikuno became my friend when I was 17 and he was 28. Nothing inappropriate happened at that time, but that history shaped the trust I had in him later. Okay, that's nothing major yet. So before people read this and dismiss it as more of the same drama, part of why I'm making my experience public now is because both his apologies felt unsettled. To me, they have often felt more like explanations or excuses than meaningful accountability. That has been part of what pushed me to speak, because I do not personally feel reassured. This isn't meant to promote harassment, hate, or negativity. Oh. Hey. Realm, thank you for the raid, man. Thank you for the raid. Give you a shout out. Monkey. Hey, thank you for the follows as well. Let me get that shout out on the go. What was you doing? What was you doing? Art, doing some art. Nice, nice. How are you doing? How are you doing? How was your art? Dreamloops card art. That's cool. That's cool. We are I was just watching well, I'm gonna go back to it in a bit. We were watching Twitch Scrubbing's video about Bao in the current Saikuno situation, but a new doc has just dropped, so we're currently like literally just started reading through it. and seeing what we think, because I don't know, I feel like there's been a lot of people trying to come forward with their own experiences that haven't actually included any like proof, or if they have, a lot of it has been like nothing major. This one's a bit interesting because apparently they were 17 when Sykkuno started speaking to them, so it's gonna be interesting to see what kind of happens, because they did say that like he didn't do anything until like later on, so I don't know. Let's see. We met through a mutual friend who connected us, and he reached out to me first. This was before I became a VTuber, so I've censored my old account name and profile picture. I want to be very clear that he did not do anything explicit with me while I was a minor. Our conversations were casual. We talked about games like Arknight and Animal Crossing, played Arknight together and just chatted. I'm including this because I think it's relevant overall, because there's an 11-year age difference between us. But it doesn't matter if there's an age difference between you, because you said nothing went on, like nothing inappropriate went on, so the age difference doesn't matter at that point. Obviously, like, it's still kind of a bit iffy because they're 17, but you know, you've said multiple times that nothing happened while you were 17. So while you're messaging me, heard you like Arknight and you were friends. Okay, cool, for 2 hours talking about games. So there's nothing flighty going on, just talking. Sending random videos, so this is what you're into. You did it, and just messing with you. Like, here's the link to, I'm not gonna watch the video. It's just gonna be something weird on it. I'll watch it later. I might do a friggin' video on it. I don't know if it's worth it though. Again, I was a minor at this time. Okay. The thing is, I get that they were a minor at the time, but they've also said multiple times that nothing inappropriate happened. Okay, now I feel have sexual connotations from the get-go. But you're the one sending it to him, right? You're the one sending it to him. And he's just making like a little light-hearted joke. He's not like pushing on it. He's not like, oh, you're into that? Yeah. Well, you know, why didn't you show me more? Why didn't you tell me more? You know, he's just making a light-hearted joke of something you have sent him. So it's not like, you can't blame him. And like, let me see if it's gonna fucking dox me, because I don't want to open shit and get doxed. Okay, it doesn't look like it will.
What the fuck? That's special. Fuck you.
Fuck you.
Fuck you.
Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fucking. No fuck you.
Motherfucker.
Is that it? Is that it? Are they really trying to say there's like some... What? So she sent that, which is just... I forgot her name, the fucking first VTuber. Just saying fuck you over and over and fuck. And he's just like, oh, so that's what you're into. There's nothing fucking sexual about it. Like, what? Okay. I don't know why they keep mentioning the reminder, because they've said multiple times that nothing inappropriate happens. Okay, compliments her hair. Okay. Ah, I don't know. I don't know. I feel like this is going to be a fucking nothing burger again, isn't it? Right, during this time, I was a facecam streamer. He'd sometimes pop into my stream. I never thought much about his comments on my appearance while I was a minor, but going back, reading things like shorter hair is nice for hugs and stuff, and the implication in it made me feel disgusted. Where's that bit? But hold on. So, short... Because there's context missing here, right? Is there? Okay, no. We'll start from the very beginning, right? What? So you're gonna poke me like one time and then the dinosaur will kill me? So, lol, I joke. Wait, how are you responding while streaming? Also, your hair looks nice today. Multitasking. Thank you. I didn't really do anything to it. Yes, with Spee. Oh God, it naturally looks nice. Dang. I look like a hobo because of the quarantine. I need a haircut, lol. My hair used to be pretty short, but now it's growing out. Nah, your hair is fine. What do you mean? It does look like it annoys your eyes, but other than that, lol. Oh God, do you prefer your hair short or long? So they're following up talking about having short hair, right? He's asking if they prefer short or long hair. They say short is easy to maintain, so it doesn't swap my face so much. Oh, you like shorters? Nice, I think. I used to have super long hair, so it was hard to wash and maintain. What about you? I prefer shorter hair too. So they've asked him what he prefers, right? Hold on. You can't say, like, what? I prefer shorter hair too. I think long hair can look nice though, but shorter hair is nicer for hugs and stuff. But both are good. I meant for you. Sorry, Caps, but yes, both are good. Oh, for me, I prefer shorter hair. Not like super short, but not like super long. Fair. It's like normal length guy hair. Oh, yes. So you... No, okay. So you're trying to paint him as worse. Like, you're trying to paint what the conversation is as worse right now. Because like he's literally just like, you're having a conversation. You mentioned that he used to have short hair. He mentions that like, oh, do you prefer it longer or short? And then you ask him, he misunderstands, but he's like, you know, he prefers shorter hair on girls. And then like, you're like, what about him? Okay, whatever, man. Like, that's so weak. Here I invite him to my 18th birthday celebration. I censored the most because I don't want the exact birth date to be public knowledge, and I keep much personally identifiable information as possible private, given how I'm sharing so many deeply personal things in the document. I decided, so invites to the 18th birthday party. Sunday, oh God, it's at 5 AM my time. Maybe I'll come near the end, maybe. Yeah, because it's 10 PM. Oh yeah, I should be near the end then. Okay. And the thing is, it's an out of context tweet, a DM. Same to you though. You seem super friendly, so don't let people, you know, take advantage or something. So you're already trying to paint him as taking advantage, right? But from what you've shown so far, it's like, it's very weak. You've tried to paint him as like some sort of taking advantage of you when you was 17, but you also point out that he didn't do anything to take advantage of you while you was 17. And then you talk about hair. You're the one that mentions about having shorter hair in the past. He mentions like, oh, what do you prefer? He mentions what his preference is because you ask him, and then you invite him to your 18th birthday party. This is so weak so far. I knew him for over 5 years, and we would communicate sporadically throughout the entire time and play games here and there. I never heard anything bad about him, only positive interactions. He was respected as a content creator. I just want to keep note of this. So 19th of the 4th, 2020, because I want to see when, because they're going to talk about getting more into like a romantic relationship type thing. I want to compare like how long it took. Yeah, there's nothing major so far. I never heard anything bad. His persona on the stream was very wholesome. He was flirty, but nothing over the top. Honestly, I don't use. So where's the why are you saying he was flirty but nothing over the top? Show a screenshot, show an example, because you haven't shown that so far. This is all conversation that's happened before you was 18, and nothing there shows that he was being flirty. Yeah, he's not taking the initiative. Like, so you can't sit there and say, oh, he's super flirty, but there's no proof so far. When Pete became popular, he started inviting me to group lobbies. So Pete, when did Pete came out? That was like 2024, wasn't it? And so at the time, hold on. So 2020, you was 17 turning 18, right? Peak release date 2025, so 5 years later. So if you was let's say you was 18 in 2020, you're gonna be 23, maybe 22, 23. What a fucking nothing burger this is so far. So 5 years after you start getting flirty. Okay. We ended up gaming together regularly. He opened up to me about personal things. Yeah. I dropped out of school at the age of 15 due to being extremely mentally unwell. Standard case with a lot of female VTubers, but I don't see what that has to do with him. Okay, you're trying to victimize yourself. Never had a boyfriend, being in a proper, have little to no real world experience. Okay, well, that's nothing really, is it? Like, there's plenty of people that, especially like these days, but look, plenty of like 20-nothing-year-olds that fucking ain't had a fucking relationship. How the relationship became more than friends. We mostly interacted in group settings, but once it was just the two of us after the third person left. During that conversation, his interest shifted when he learned I had never had sex. It was during these calls that he started making romantic advances. I mentioned I was late due to medication side effects, and when I said I was on the pill, he seemed surprised and assumed I was sexually active. I clarified I wasn't. I can be blunt, very blunt at times. He's a huge successful streamer, blah blah blah. His response was, I trust you. I believe this again. Had no reason. Okay. When the conversation started to become more romantic, I directly asked him if he was involved in other girls. I made it clear I wanted to know up front. Okay. Why is there no dates related to this? Why are you not showing the actual dates of like when this was? Go on, another one, why don't you? So what about my prize? What prize? You haven't won yet. I'm drawing this out. I'm holding you hostage. I want my present from behind. What, can you actually draw it out? Wait, this is gonna actually take like 20 turns. My final revenge. It's like, it's not really flirting though, is it? I think it's at the point where he might, to be honest. This is like such a nothing burger right now. Like, it's just so weak. Sent an explicit photo. We agreed on a trade, but he never held up his end of the deal. He did the whole nervous. But seeing he bragged about his dick size. I wanted a suggestive photo. So you're asking him for the fucking photo? I need to fucking read this. Not the best, but I started working out to try and make it nicer for you. And I know I said we'd trade, but I wanted to have you to have this before I leave. So you gave him one without... You know what? This is so fucking nothing burger. So you sent him a photo that wasn't part of the trade, and then I would do it. Oh my god, sorry, I've just never done anything. It's okay. No, I every time I do stuff, you can keep all your clothes on. I'm sure. Leave tomorrow. What is with these women just fucking... Last conversation in March, okay. This is literally just another nothing burger in it. Request to meet in Paris. Yo, he was going to smash her in Paris as well. You know what, I'm done with this. I think it's such a nothing burger. You're trying to paint him as a fucking predator again, but you don't actually start having romantic... Okay. Realizing I was not the only girl involved, I found Elphilia had been invited to Paris by him. Okay. The cheater, the other cheater in this situation, had the DMs off. It's such a nothing burger. Like, it's literally just like, oh, he cheated on his girl with me. Really seem to thinking about returning. Yeah, it really does. You know what? I'm gonna fucking nothing burger. Give me a second. Let me fucking quote retweet this. This is another self-victimization. Spoke. Friendly. When she was 17. 5 years later, they were flirting. She sent him nudes. Trade. Go. Time. It's another case of good night, Frosty. Us right now, top Google Doc shared. It's good night, yeah. Hey, good night, Vorka. You brave to push. I don't care, man. I've just read it. Like, it's such a nothing burger. You can't sit there and say, oh, he was talking to me when I was 17. And then, like, you're literally like, oh, we didn't do anything while I was underage. I'm fed up of these fucking girls, man. Just fucking trying to, like, she literally sent him nudes and was like, oh, we were gonna do a trade, but I wanted you to get these before I go on my trip. There we are. Got so much going on. Right, anyway, back to this fucking, let me just read what he said. Don't know what killed here an XQC. Dude, come on, dude. Invited to her 18th birthday. Did nothing till 5 years later. 23. Nudes. It's literally like she found out that he was flirting with other girls. She wasn't the only one, and that's what upsets her. That's literally like the big upsetting point for her, is like, oh, he was flirting with other girls when he was flirting with me. That's all it is. Like, fucking hell, it's such a nothing burger. Oh, man. It's literally just like, oh, it's literally just she wants to be the only girl he was flirting with. Oh, man. I want to get through this video, but it's so fucking long. We've been going for like 3 hours and I want a game, man. Asmongold's reaction yet? Nah, not yet. I might do some more Asmongold reactions, because I did do one recently when he was talking about male VTubers. I don't know, I'm still kind of newish to like the whole commentary, like react type stuff. I've done reaction content for a while, but I don't know, this is proving to be more popular, and I'm enjoying it more, because it's like I don't have to make like a super long video. It can be like 5 minutes long, and I just kind of like talk about it and react to like what's going on. It's a lot easier than actual react videos. Isn't that just all girls though? Could be. Obviously there are, I'm not going to disavow that there are legitimate victims out there, but that is like such a nothing burger. Like, you're trying to paint him as this like predator by saying that you started talking when you were 17, and like, yeah, it's a bit weird, but you sit there and say multiple times he did nothing sexual or you know, anything flirty while you were 17, and then when you turned 18 you invited him to your birthday party, and even then he still didn't. And then 5 years later in 2025 is when you're starting to like, just don't get an ego. Oh, I'm turn into the next Mugen, you mean? Nah, I can't fucking do that. You know, let's try and get some more of this done. I might just leave it, to be honest, because I do want to do my own video. I'm gonna see if he covers. Oh, this is the bit I wanted to kind of go over, because she like basically alludes to Sykkuno being Harvey Weinstein.
Well, basically minimize everything that men were going through, and as well minimizing
The girl thing, and he says that. Yeah, to be honest, it's very much a hot take, but I agree with him. Like, theoretically, if you look at it from the simplest point of view, when it comes to VTubing, a majority of your audience is males, right? That's always going to be the case with streaming anyway. But when you look at like what those viewers are after, it's different things. Like someone who's going to watch, like, I don't know, say Jinxie, isn't going to be interested in the same thing that, like, isn't going to be watching him for the same reason someone watches, like, you know, Bao, for example. Like, you're watching those VTubers for a very specific thing, and well, those creators for a very specific thing. With VTubers, generally, like, people are watching those VTubers because they find their models attractive and they want to play into that parasocial, because even though parasocial is like a big thing in content creation anyway, when it comes to VTubing, it's like, it's a much larger thing. Like, it's played into a lot more, and a lot of female VTubers do that. So when you're a viewer, you're most likely going to watch those creators because you like them, you like the way their VTuber looks. They're playing into that parasocial with you. That's generally how it is in the simplest form. So why are you gonna go watch a male VTuber when you can watch a female VTuber, someone who's, like, you know, got a nicer voice, better looking, that kind of thing? So theoretically, he's right. There is no reason to be a male VTuber because your target audience isn't necessarily interested in watching you. So you're putting yourself at a disadvantage. But there's many reasons outside of that why you'd want to do VTubing. Like, for example, I used to be a like a face cam streamer, whatever you want to call it. Like, I used to face cam years ago, but I didn't enjoy it. Like, when I first found out about VTubing, I was like, you know what, I kind of like the idea of that more, because, like, after a long day at work, I don't want to come back and then just, like, you know, I have to get dressed up to look like decent in front of the camera and, like, put on a personality and whatnot. I could just get in, relax, stick my model on and have a good time. I don't need to try and, like, visually put on a performance because I've got the model for it. Also, the model, I like the idea that, you know, you can do the fun stuff. You can like, you know, you can have your toggles, and, you know, you can have your different outfits, and, you know, you got, like, your different expressions and stuff. We got our little monkey as well that's just skipped forward. Thank you for that, monkey. I'm not gonna find it now. It's up here. Okay. But, you know, there's a lot you can do with your model. That too as well. Like, it gives more expression and security, privacy, which is nice. I always thought streaming was dumb, especially the face cam aspect. But VTubing just lets you... That is a cool dude. My little monkey. Yeah, we'll stick him on. There we are. Let me quickly... We can get him to speak as well if you want. Let me just start him up. Yeah, I got it recently for my anniversary. We're all monkey. That's it. That is you, chat. Chat on my shoulder. So let's see if this is ready to go. It should start, hopefully. Oh no, it's not connected to YouTube. Let me connect it to YouTube. I need to... There's so much going on just to get it to work. I don't know, it works perfectly fine on the Twitch side of things, but on the YouTube side of things, it's a bit iffy for some reason. Let me grab that. Paste it there. Connect. There we are. It should start copying stuff. Happy belated anniversary. Hey, thank you. Yeah, it was
at KSTARCSTARPLAYS says, happy belated NEXD.
There we are. He's talking now. We've got him talking. Good old monkey.
Was an actual ongoing abuse case, both with this guy's toast as well as mine. It's not. One more even bigger thing out here is if this tweet has a combination with the two, it's not a 100%, but we'll let Bao go and make her.
There we are. She's comparing Sykkuno to Harvey Weinstein. And now she's trying to like deflect and downplay it. How can you compare Sykkuno to Harvey Weinstein? Like, disgusting behavior.
Comment again in a second, but it does seem you can probably allude towards it. So please make your own opinions on this, because it's not 100%, it seems. But basically, this was in response to on that same tweet that we showed Bao, where she, obviously called out Sykkuno, saying if a popular content creator is trying to get you, in these situations, go and run, which is right. Like, really, please do not get love bombed or manipulated. But it goes into this also ramping up thing. I said, if Harvey Weinstein invites you to a party, don't go, and it ruffled some feathers. Now, if you guys do not know who Harvey Weinstein is, well, you guys can go and see on the news 2 days ago from PBS, Harvey Weinstein's going on trial for the 3rd time in a New York R-word case from PBS Words.
Harvey Weinstein literally fucking raped people, and then they're sitting there trying to make out, like, she's sitting there. The original post she did alluded to Sykkuno, right? She's pretty much confirmed it at this point. So you're basically alluding that he's Harvey Weinstein.
News. Once again, forcing these on horrible cases and allegations. Now, and on top of this, with everything else that's also come out with the retweets, the messages, her accepting the idea that her name was in this Google Doc and then retweeting it, basically consenting that she was fine with it, has not condemned it for multiple days, so it's seemingly fine, and as well also retweeting other VTubers who have gone and also promoted this stuff on out, and alluding towards potential, wasn't involved with the release.
Yeah, we'll watch Bao's reaction, her response to it all, and then I'm gonna do a bit of gaming. We'll do some League, I think.
The video, Brett, it's going quality. Like
I need to grab my my League fix in it. Like, I haven't played in I've played like a few ARAMs, but I want some ranked today.
At Makabear says, was Bao a part of the harem of women? Never verified if she got played by Sykkuno. Eyes her motivation to take part in the cancellation of Sykkuno is questionable. Relates to her Twitter comment.
I think at this point she just hates men. It's the simplest way to put it. She just hates men, and if she can fuck one over, especially a popular one, she'll do it.
When you gotta help, it's like that really drives things. And that's why I'm also mentioning the whole Bao statements, because Bao statements, due to her influence, spread down. Been worse spot or hard on it always. It's just all you guys are like trying to be like all of these women are absolutely horrible people, and this is why like I'm you like horribly. A lot of you owe Bao an apology. Thousands of tweets. I can find so many people are the same like Ari Asaki person I keep showing. I saw so many tweets. This is like 600,000 favorites basically saying this is appreciation post for being like how awesome you are. This one's also getting called out by Miskiff for basically trying to ruin his life and allude with Emiru. Like,
oh, I saw that. So obviously like because Emiru tried to say that Miskiff sexually assaulted her, right? But then there's leaked DMs of this Aria girl saying that it's not the case, and they're just doing it to try and ruin him basically. So she seems like a nice person.
All of these women are about that YouTubing world. Really talk about, because I do appreciate you cause the histories like with this woman.
Here we go.
This is I try that I'm stuff that you normally going hard on this battle, me harassed never have been once. So then this is like all of them with taking her involvement, you know, locking these comments, all this.
Hey. Here we go.
You know, ignores people questioning her involvement with the Sykkuno doc, which is the main thing that matters.
Yep.
You know, it takes a sponsor when people have been making fun of everything, locking these comments, all this stuff.
Yeah.
My own tweet.
Whoever that Deja Wu guy is, he seems pretty smart. Seems pretty on the point.
Itself, like I said, the times have been proved to do it.
I don't know if he actually.
Like literally all this. Like I don't want to sound like a victim. I'm trying to hold this woman. So many people keep on calling her out for everything she keeps on doing. Is
like just watch this, right? Let me full screen. Watch this when she actually like does the like the so-called video about it. Like you see that she's already trying to victimize herself in it.
Disgusting and despicable. It's really not good. This took way too long to get here, but this is her actual response. There's not much in it. Let's talk about it.
Hello.
No VTuber on screen, right? Already starting off sounding upset, like she's victimizing herself.
Can everyone hear me?
Can everyone hear me?
Am I pretty clear right now?
Long pauses. This is what people do when they want to like, when it's like a touchy subject, when they want to like victimize themselves, when they are an actual victim, they'll take long pauses. They'll because you take long pauses when something's difficult to talk about, something, you know, that like has affected you, upset you. So she's trying to like portray it as like, you know, it's really upsetting for her and it's a difficult subject for her to talk about. Don't most are all VTubers when they do stuff like this? Yes.
Good. Okay.
Notice how it's emote only mode. That's all I'm saying.
KSTARCSTARPLAYS says, I just realized, most or all of tubers, when they do stuff like this, usually have chat disabled or something.
Yeah, she's got emote only mode on.
I'm just gonna go right into it. A few weeks ago, a girl approached me. And she asked if a tweet I made last year was about, we all know who.
Sykkuno.
Say his fucking name. See how, you know why she's not saying his name? Because if she says his name, it's something that if he does take it to court, like go to court about it, she can be held more accountable. Because by vague suggesting, she's letting her community or whoever's watching it make that up, like get that idea themselves.
And she revealed to me that it was her boyfriend. If it was true that the tweet was about her boyfriend.
Her boyfriend. They weren't dating though. That's the thing. She like let's be honest. The way Mal was
speaking. Bear says, yes, dude. I think chat gets put on either slow mode or have moderators on strict mode.
Yeah. Notice how like Mal is that obsessed with Sykkuno that she's trying to paint it that they were in a relationship. At no point did she show any proof that they were dating. The only proof she showed is that like she was flirting with him and sending him nudes and stuff and wanted to be in a relationship with him and wanted to live with him.
I believe.
I said yes.
I could be wrong.
And I asked her if she would like to join a Discord call with me.
For some odd reason, they're not using his name.
And in that call, I told her what I've heard from other girls. Girls often at various, events where I meet people, they share with me their negative experiences with him, and that he often tries to solicit sex from them.
That's horrible. It's bad.
And at this point, I felt that it wasn't right of me to.
But also to note that the other women, it all seemed consensual.
Yeah.
Like if someone can actually give me unconsensual.
That's the thing. If someone can fucking girlfriend. Hey, congratulations, dude. Congrats. That's the thing. All these people that are coming out, all these women that are coming out saying that like they had sex with him, or like, they were flirting with him or whatnot, they're all trying to act like it wasn't consensual. Not once has there been a single fucking drop of evidence.
At Dressier Will 20 says, woman be lying a tale old as time.
True. Yeah, not once has there been proof that they haven't consensually had sex with him or like been interested in him. Every single time we've seen it, it's been consensual.
Acts for it, like provable, I would want to know, and I would change my entire tune on this. But so far, no one's had a chance to do this over like a week.
Speak on anyone's behalf. So instead of me going straight into the details that were shared in confidence with me, I got her in contact with girls who were affected by this person.
Why not get in contact with the girlfriend first? With like, because Mal's trying to sit there and act like she's in a relationship with Sykkuno, and she's clearly not. Wait, am I just misunderstanding? Maybe she means the girlfriend.
At various, and yeah.
Too long to get here.
Can everyone hear me? Good. Okay. A few weeks ago, a girl approached me, and she asked if a tweet I made last year was.
Okay, no, I misunderstood. It's about so Sykkuno's girlfriend approached her. Okay, that's fine.
At Macabear says, Mal is on Yander mode. If she could milk him dry of attention and money, she would. Sykkuno needs to run for his life. Cancel him and still get benefits? Why would she assume it would work out?
Yeah, exactly. Like, did you see, because this isn't the first time she's tried to cancel a guy, right? There was another guy, Josuke VT. She tried to get him cancelled, and someone she tried to get like involved in it who was like basically fucking him. She tried to get them to like leak DMs and conversations and stuff and get a Google Doc on the go. The way those two women were talking about him was like, it was so dehumanizing, man. They were treating him like he's just a dick to fuck, and like he's got no value outside of that, and that's all they want him for. Not Bao.
At KSTARCSTARPLAYS says, Bao or Mal tried doing that.
Him or Mal tried doing that.
But also to note that the other women, it all seemed consensual.
Yeah, it's consensual.
I would speak on anyone's behalf. So instead of me going straight into the details that were shared in confidence with me, I got her in contact with girls who were affected by this person, to share their experiences with her one-on-one. At that point, I just got.
Once again, not 100% confirmation, because for some odd reason she's skinned around the wordage, maybe due to like potential lawsuit, but it's all leading towards like.
I'm gonna look at his social blade in a bit actually, but let me do that now.
And Aphrodite RQ7WLL says, Bro F ## K Mugen, he lost 6 KYT subs in a week.
That's not Mugen. What's his friggin'... There he is. Oh, it started. It started.
At KSTARCSTARPLAYS says, he reaped what he sowed.
It's starting, guys. He's fucking subscribers. His views are still good because obviously people are watching his fucking video, but he's down like 1K, 2K, 4K, 5K, 5K so far over the space of this week. I don't know why. I guess Tuesday he didn't move. He didn't lose anyone. I think it's going to get a lot worse as well. It's definitely going to get a lot worse after the way he's gone on. Right, let's carry on with this.
Sykkuno, so you can probably like very likely assume it's from Sykkuno.
Them in
Which also once again puts the Harvey Weinstein tweet as well, with her basically inadvertently calling him an R word.
Give me a sec, actually. Oh. I don't know why is it because so Mugen has a massive ego. He
At Makabear says, Mugen might have had a more than just friends relationship with Mal the cosplayer. Theory.
True. So yeah, he's got a massive ego. It's one of these things where like he's been right on a lot of
At Aphrodite RQ7WLL says, valid theory.
True. Yeah, he's been right on a lot of controversies, right, when he's covered them. So he's grew like a big following that like trusts his word and like he finds him quite credible. So it kind of grew his ego massively. And
At
like
KSTARCSTARPLAYS says, guess the bag is more important than credibility?
I might change that up so it just doesn't say people's names as well, because it goes on a bit long for some, don't it? Is it chat auto read? No, there we are. And then we'll save that. We'll trade that. Yeah, so obviously because he's been a credible source for a lot of controversies over the years, he has grown an ego from it, and he sees himself as like this like, you know, go to always right dude, like he's never wrong. He probably just sees it as people like attacking him for the sake of attacking him and disliking him for the sake of disliking him. When the truth is that he was biased as fuck. He pushed false allegations as fact, and he lost a lot of credibility. And then after that, he attacked one of Sykkuno's so-called victims for pointing out that no, not everyone is a victim. People aren't special just because he DM'd you. Obviously Mugen didn't like that because it goes against his own narrative, and then he chose to attack her, which got him more backlash. And then since then it just looks worse and worse for him.
On top of the other predatory things, he did cheat, but it did seem consensual and everything that came out. This is like one of those like legal things where no one wants to debate this stuff. I don't want to even talk about this. I'd rather go and have a good day. Like for me, this right now, it is like, I don't even know. Like right now, this is quite literally 3:18 in the morning. I'd rather generally be asleep or watching, like, I was watching New Invincible. It was absolutely great.
Still need to watch that, you know.
Oh, by the way, quick, another insert. There was also a bunch of women basically saying that men should be tortured in intergalactic prisons and then never be released. And that's kind of what also spurred on some of these videos, because I thought that was an absolutely horrible thing to
That's just the future, isn't it, really, at this rate?
say and see in the VTubing sphere. And that's what kind of started this whole conversation about men, male victims, and why women, for some odd reason, were being very just like sexist towards men for whatever reason. There was a lot of bad hate, and that's why it was even bad, because basically Bao's comments allowed women an avenue to keep on harassing men.
And
not her like words saying she hates men, but you know what I mean.
A
like
phone call. I don't know what was divulged between the conversations between her and the other girls. I
do find it interesting. I do find it interesting that they're trying to say there was a lot of girls involved, but when they actually released the doc,
Nugent's slowly becoming a loco.
He really is. He really is. Yeah, there was only like what 2 girls that were in the doc. Yet there's meant to be like so many more that went to Bao and were involved in like the group call and stuff. It's very interesting that they only Mal only got 1 girl on board for the doc.
It's more so focused on her safety. She shared with me that she was wanting to move out that week, and during that time,
for this,
show proof, show fucking proof, because you're making a huge allegation right now that contradicts what the Sykkuno and girlfriend statement said.
Video that's basically her saying Bao is messaging these women, like, you know, she's heard bad experiences, which she never actually publicly went and stated. She only vague posts, which once again add a lot more hate towards actual victims. There was a 17-year-old that was an actual victim in this whole situation. If I have to fully break this on down a little bit better, I can. There's a 17-year-old, I believe, minor victim. So her using these vague posts for attention posts, whatever it might be, which many popular content creators also involved in this whole situation also responded to because of this, drowned out an actual victim. This drowned out an actual victim, and not only did it drown out an actual victim, it led towards people trying to go bring attention towards this because they were utilizing Bao's words, being like, oh, you know, whatever, you're just mad that men all suck, men are horrible, of course you're gonna complain, and then are always like sexually harassing people. It was very bad. It was very, very bad, because people were trying to be like, no, this is actually serious. There's someone who is literally being groomed, is also disguised toast being sexually harassed. All of this, it was very not good. So not only is she's also masking victims, because she's like, basically people are utilizing her words and terminology. Once again, her trying to deflect it all and just not bring accountability towards it, which she's doing in this video. She's talking about her like history, not condemning the predatory comments that's everyone's been calling out for the entire time, or as well even apologizing for the main victim. Why is she not saying sorry to the main girl? She's just explaining herself, hoping that she can switch the subject and somehow make her the victim.
That's all you've got to do.
Like, say sorry to the girl that you also contribute towards promoting all this negative stuff. I myself feel sorry for I even had to make these videos. I apologize to the woman who had to see anything, even if it was from my own tweet in passing or a YouTube video, this poor victim in the VTubing world, Sykkuno's girlfriend, who had to go deal with anything I had to say. I am sorry about that. And I'm heartbroken that she had to deal with everything else involved with this and the random Springberg over here from Mujin, because I would rather not be making these videos. I really would rather not. I just want Bao to apologize and move on from everything she's done, and then just she could have fun being a streamer multimillionaire. That's all you have to do. But for some odd reason, she's still having issues with it.
I tried my best to keep in contact with her and make sure she's safe.
So why have you not why has the girlfriend said that no one checked up on her after it went public? You retweeted the doc, but you have not checked up on the girl. If you care about the victim, the girlfriend, as much as you're trying to say right now, why have you not fucking checked up on her either?
Gave her as much help as possible to make the move as fast and smooth as possible. This is...
Okay. So she's showing a tweet that someone was moving. Doesn't show who she sent
Why
it to.
is doing the right thing so hard for these kinds of people?
Because they don't want to take accountability for their actions, because then it breaks their ego down, because they can't be right all the time.
Or rather, smart thing.
Because let's face it, Bao ain't that smart.
Yes.
I mean, she plays the dumb whale. She's smart enough to be one of the most successful VTubers, but when it comes to actual like making smart decisions with like controversies and stuff. Yeah, I did a video on it as like I covered it yesterday when it came out.
Did you read Sukuna and his girlfriend's response yet? It's a great way to finish the drama reaction. Rev says Desu reacts, and so does Demi, to good reaction options for later.
I read it. I thought it was one of the best responses we could have gotten. He took accountability for cheating. He took accountability for lying to people. He pointed out that yes, there has been false accusations made and him being labeled as things that aren't true, which he can't accept. But he understands those people are doing it from a place of hurt. But he wants everyone to move on. Hey, you're right. How you doing? His girlfriend's part of it, I thought was very good.
Hello, Ello.
There isn't, because Scrubbings here has had his own personal experience with Bao where he was a victim. He was telling his side, like his story. And she...
Where is the same energy for male victim from PPL like Bao?
She chose to mock him instead. She chose to make fun of his own personal traumatic experience he went through when he spoke about it publicly. So yeah, as for the girlfriend's part of the apology, I think it was very well written. Obviously, she made the decision to stay with him, which a lot of people don't agree with. I put it this way, we don't know the dynamic of their relationship. We don't know what they've discussed in private. We don't know what's gone on since the cheating has come, since she has been made aware of the cheating. We don't know what their relationship was like before that either. So we can't really sit here and tell them, we can't really sit here and tell them, you know, what they should do with their relationship.
Wait, she did that. Wow.
Yeah, and this is why I said Bao. This is why I tweeted earlier saying Bao's a piece of shit, because she will like literally like dehumanize male victims, but like take females that aren't even victims and portray them as victims, and then double and triple down on like supporting them. But yeah, the girlfriend's response, yeah, obviously like I said, she made a decision that a lot of people aren't going to agree with, but like I said, we don't know the dynamic of the relationship. We don't know what they've discussed in private. That's for them to decide. It's her decision to do that. If she feels that it's the best thing for their relationship and he can redeem himself, then that's up to them. Everything else she talked about was like, you know, she called out that people who wrote the doc did it without her knowledge. They didn't ask her about it. They didn't let her know that they were going to release it. They didn't even check up on her after they released it. So that shows the kind of people that Mal, Bao, Elphilia, and Mujin are. She said as well that people are using her. Never knew her till the Cinder stuff. Tried checking out her content. No like and
Never knew her till the Cinder stuff. Tried checking her content. No like, and now this OOF.
Yeah, I kind of only really knew of her because of like Philian interactions and like Philian collabs. And then I saw that she's like started doing Fansly, and I was like, oh, I can see where this is going. And then she had the Cinder situation. Then she had like the male tweet situation. Then she had the artist situation, then she had the pyro pup situation, and now she's got this situation. And she's just such a fucking loser. She just self-victimizes all the time, plays like this she's this dumb little girl that doesn't know what she's doing, and you know, she's just trying to like get by in life, and she keeps fucking up and making mistakes. Thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. But realistically, she's a 30-year-old woman that's one of the most successful VTubers in VTubing. She's clearly smart to some degree, but she's also stupid at the same time, because you know, she doesn't want to take responsibility for her actions. But yeah, we've got her showing a Discord message here that shows that she's telling someone to move out. Maybe it was the girlfriend. The girlfriend could have been planning on moving out at the time, but decided to talk to him and kind of work things out.
Wonder how long till she implodes. Hope I have popcorn for it.
I get the feeling it's going to be sometime this year at this rate.
You know.
I'm going hardcore on Bao. She did try.
Okay.
Yes, I want everyone to take a breather over here. Bao herself did try.
I'll give her that. She did show a tweet.
30. Man, a lot of these tubers don't be acting.
I know, right? Oh my god. The TTS is
kind of jokes.
Let's see. I knew it was a good addition to the streams. We can even bring out a little friend as well. We've got you on the shoulder, but chat, we can even bring out another friend. Where is it? There it is. There we are. You're multiplying now. We can have two of you talking at the same time now.
You know, I think she had her heart in the right place. She has her mind in the completely wrong one, and she has an ego, a narcissist quality. I don't know.
Yeah.
That you can't realize that this is actually a genuinely serious situation that you need to be accountable for. I'm not some troll. I'm not some bad person. I'm just someone who has seen the actual actions of your, like the consequences of your actions that you may not even see. And I'm trying to go bring this to you to light by showing these clips and videos and why it's really bad.
Hey,
but if she just does not acknowledge this, that's just once again another showcase of her character, because she never acknowledged it in the first place. With this type of proof, evidence, she never cared. Even when there's actual victims involved. So you would have thought that like she would do better in the future, and this is why I'm not excusing her behavior this time.
Yeah. The thing is, like, there's only so many times you can forgive someone for bad behavior. When it's like, you know what is this, like the fourth time over, like, because I don't think it's even been like a year since the Cinder stuff. I think it's been like what, 6-7 months? 6-7, oh my god. It's been like 6 or 7 months, right? So it's such a short period of time that she's shown that like there's a clear pattern there of her behavior, and she's not improving.
It's not okay. This is not okay what she did. But I do want to detract it all. That might not be the best word, you know, kind of maybe let everyone have a breather. She did seem to try to be doing really good. It did seem like she was trying to help this woman out. You know, here's like little tips and stuff like that out here for it. You know, this
we
isn't
now
like a crazy big thing,
monkey.
but like she did try. I mean, sure, it doesn't excuse her, but I can't make her seem like a villain if she was truly trying. She might just be like, you know, a little Dumbo and doesn't realize the actual consequence of her act.
Something because you put, hey, thank you, man, thank you. I appreciate it.
Subbing because your points have been openly valid, and this TTS is hilarious.
Yeah, I had it before, like with my previous model, because I had like a monkey model I was using before. But when I got my 2.0 made, I was like, I didn't get it straight away because I got my 2.0 last year, and I was like, I want to get a monkey model. because I had like a toggle before on my 1.0 where I was holding the monkey in my arms, but I was like, you know what? Maybe I just have it like sitting on my head or my shoulder or something. So it's like, it's there, but I can still use my my other toggles, like well, not them, like my microphone, my gourd, my controller, so I can still use them for like stuff, and then just have the monkey vibing. Also, the monkey, I'm hoping this isn't gonna lose my space in the video. When I do expressions, the monkey also does expressions with me. Okay, what was that one? Oh, tongue. Yeah, stick our tongues out. And of course, everyone's favorite, the bald. And I lost my friggin'... Okay. Get back to where we was.
These clips and videos and why it's really bad, but if she just does not acknowledge this, that's just once again another showcase of her character because she never acknowledged it in the first place. With this type of proof, evidence, she never cared. Yeah. Even when there's actual victims involved. So you would have thought that like she would do better in the future, and this is why I'm not excusing her behavior this time.
Yeah.
It's not okay. This is not okay what she did. But I do want to detract it all. Doing really good. Like little tips and stuff like that out here for it. You know,
amazing. Hey,
this isn't like a crazy big thing, but like she did try. I mean, sure, it doesn't excuse her, but I can't make her seem like a villain if she was truly trying. She might just be like, you know, a little Dumbo and doesn't realize the actual consequence of her actions that most.
I think, right.
Amazing mate.
I think Bao, she's one of those women that has just never had to be held accountable for her actions. So she's in a position where like she doesn't understand the severity of what she does.
Honestly, you could give PPL like Bao the benefit of the doubt so much till you realize she is just an opportunity bitch that will throw her friend and supporters under the bus if it benefit her in the end.
I mean, she did, didn't she? She did it with Cinder. She tried to throw her under the bus to benefit herself. And it didn't work out. I just think at this point, like, we need to stop feeling sorry for her. Yeah, she's done a good thing here with this Discord message by trying to help out. But have you reached out to her since the Google Doc dropped? Or did you just retweet every fucking post about the Google Doc? Do you actually care about the victim here? Or do you just want to like try and take down Sykkuno? That's the real question.
Streamers did when they realized they had like 10 viewers, you know, like it's something pretty much any partner could realize that like if Mr. Beast makes a tweet, there's going to get some attention. You respond to a tweet, you might get hate comments with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Any content creator would understand this, what I'm coming from. Like you have a responsibility with your power to make sure you don't abuse it, and anything you say can be spread up like wildfire, like people were doing with those child allegations already stemmed all from Bao, with multiple people confirming that. But this is nice. I think she just had her heart in the right place, her mind in the wrong place. It's why I'm not trying to like cancel her. I'm not trying to condemn her. But with a pattern of history, I can't give her the high ground again. I gave her it the first time. And that actually caused me to get hate, and she got away scot-free. I don't want to get hate this time because I just truly think that this Sykkuno guy is not a child predator. That's it. That's like the whole point of these videos and why I'm even talking about this still. And why I think it's bad that Mugen and Bauer they have to take accountability for this. They have to apologize and adjust this. This is really bad. But like, I don't think Bao is evil. I hope. Like, I hope.
Telling her pretty much.
But this is not good. Like, this is not okay.
That helped me a lot with my recent move.
Like, I literally met this Sykkuno guy like a week ago, and I did a collab with him, and I was with.
Yeah, that's the thing as well. I feel bad for Scrubbings.
Saitama, is that you? Lol.
So, obviously, like, I do speak to Scrubbings privately from time to time, and he was telling me that, like, he just literally like a week before all this came out, he was saying how he'd got like invited to a collab with Sykkuno and some of his friends. And he was just like saying like, you know, it was a chill environment and like everyone was like having fun. And it's so awkward being in that situation where like you've done a collab with someone and then all of a sudden they're getting like Google Docs dropped on them within a week. Like, it must have been such a difficult thing for, well, not like super difficult, but it must have been like an awkward thing for Scrubbings as well. Because obviously, like, you know, he might then get called into question where it's like, oh, well, what's your relation to Sykkuno? Like, how do you know him? Like, do you agree with what he's doing and all this and all that? And when in reality, like, one of his friends literally just said, hey, I'm doing a collab. Do you want to... I can't even remember what it was. I think it was, God, what it's called? The friggin', it's not Among Us. It's one of them friggin' popular games like Peak and that, like typical collab games. But he's literally just got invited by one of his friends to it. He didn't even know Sykkuno was going to be involved. But yeah, it must be awkward.
The guy for like 3 hours. Yeah, the guy was nice to me, dude.
Yeah.
You know, like, and now I'm seeing this entire situation. His life is falling apart in front of his eyes. I'm seeing someone I just interacted with being called a pedophile, dude.
Yeah.
When he wasn't.
As you all know, I recently moved. That was, you know, it's
and it's
a
a
lot,
stemation from this all.
especially in a short amount of time.
We literally saw someone say it from Bao's
she shared
words,
with
you
me
know?
that
Yeah.
friends from out of state would be flying in to help her move.
She's giving context, but she's not addressing these big issues.
Yeah.
But
Like, how
at the
much does she
last
talk with
minute-
Mujin?
That's the thing. It's all good giving context, but take accountability for what you've done. I think so. The thing with the
What's
word
everyone's
predator,
opinion on the word predator being thrown around in this situation?
I think you've got to look at it like this, right? When someone hears the word predator, they automatically think it's related to children, right? Because it normally is the case. Yes, a very niche definition of predator can be used to mean like, oh, he was interacting with female streamers and content creators that were smaller than him and like, you know, trying to like take advantage of them, or at least that's what they were trying to say when like every single situation we've seen was consensual. So yes, there is some truth to what they're saying, but when they use it to the extent they did, they're not providing that context straight away. They're like, they're labeling him not just a predator, but as like a dangerous predator. They're making it sound worse than it actually is. Like, yes, he is interacting with these smaller female content creators, but it's consensual when they're talking and when they're having sex and all that. They're consensually doing it. It's not like he's forcing them to do it. Because like take like that Leah when she did her video talking about hooking up with him in Las Vegas. On that first night, she gave him oral, right? If he was as predatory as they were trying to make him out to be, he would have full on pushed for sex. He would have like, he would have had sex day one. He wouldn't have like respected her boundaries and then day two have sex with her. I mean, I think it says more about her than it does about him when she's willing to like say, oh, I don't sleep with people I'm not in a relationship with, but then she'll give him a blowjob day one and then day two she's fucking him. Like, come on, it doesn't work like that. You know what I mean? So I think it's dangerous throwing around the word predator without including that context from the get-go. Because even like Mujin, right, his video when he calls him a predator in it, he doesn't explain it until like much later in the video. So you're already going into it with the thought that yeah, Sykkuno's a predator, when it's just no, he's not, because you're putting him in a situation where like people are going to believe he's doing stuff with children, and that's just not the case.
She decided
This is new information, by the way.
talk to her boyfriend. She broke no contact. She wanted to stay, and I, you know, there's, after, you know, helping her, doing what I could, I'm sure her friends also shared the same sentiment as me. You know, we all tried our best to help her out of a very difficult situation.
Like, this is good. This is good stuff. Like, if you're a girl's girl and you're making sure she can get out of an unhealthy and unsafe relationship, this is good. Like, I can make a 50-minute long video saying how bad Bao's things are because I'm trying to explain to her why it's bad. This is good. I want her to be this person without like the craziness involved in the outside stuff. You know, like the cancels and the Google Docies. Go on your stream and have a good life and be happy you're rich. You know, like you don't have to step yourself on out, because people are also saying this is like a weird orchestration again, because like it's like introduce. I don't know. I think if I was getting cheated on, I'd want to know about it.
Yeah.
You know,
But it was, you know, there was nothing anyone could really do. It was her decision, and I think the only thing I could do at that point was respect it, and left it at that.
So she wanted to stay with Sykkuno, but also no.
Not long after. This is the girlfriend, Sykkuno's current girlfriend, I believe. The one that made the statement. And you know,
Twitch, Frosty
Let me show you guys and
Tools,
read this.
sticking through
Hi,
these
Bao, I'm sorry,
ad
I've been a
break
bit- it's
supports
been a bit
the
since I got
stream. Thank you. Raising hands, raised eyes.
I don't know why it copies Frosty Tools for that. I swear I took it off. But anyway, let's read this. Hi, Bao. I'm sorry it's been a bit since I've gotten back to you. I wanted to let you know what was going on, but I imagined it will probably be confusing for you to hear. Essentially, before I left, I decided to go okay, something was pushing me to see him before I left, so I decided to go. I don't think it's helpful for me to go into details, but basically I was shown some things that really made me doubt my decision on
He
leaving.
came in me video, camera loudly, crying, face, sob was wall-wide too much to share on her intimate life. So awkward to watch, man.
Yeah, the thing that like I still need to finish recording my video for it, right? Because I was gonna I wasn't gonna cover it, but someone asked me on one of my other videos to cover it, so it's like, okay. So that's probably gonna be Monday's video, but fucking hell, watching it was so hard, because obviously like when I'm writing my scripts, I'm gonna sit there, watch the full thing, and like I'm pausing it to take notes and like write bits as I'm like going through it, and there's so much pausing, and the worst thing is I'm gonna have to go through again with that video and take cuts of it for like the clips that I want, and I'm just like, oh, it's gonna be so fucking long. And like she just pauses so much for no reason to try and make herself like seem more of a victim than she actually is. Like, you had consensual sex, you wanted a relationship, he didn't. You regretted having sex because you didn't get that relationship, so you chose to like distance yourself by going to another hotel. You then spoke to him about it again in the future a few times, and he apologized every time, and you decided to like accept the apologies and remain friends. And then since this has came out, you're like victimizing yourself. So I don't think it's helpful for me to go into details, but basically I was shown some things that really made me doubt my decision on leaving. After talking with him for a long time and after seeing these things, I decided it wasn't the choice I wanted to make it anymore, so I didn't end up leaving. Okay, so we've got confirmation from the girlfriend that she was shown stuff that made her doubt her decisions in leaving. So I feel like Sykkuno's probably got more to this than we've seen, but he's probably cares more about trying to like keep his relationship than just like call out these clout demons.
This is on March 30th, 7 days before the Google Doc was starting to be worked on, 7 days before the woman, the main perpetrator.
So this is an interesting thing, right? Because we know that Hemamel tried to keep Sykkuno around, and since then she's shown Discord messages between her and Sykkuno where she was trying to use it to show that like he was still like wanted to stay around and be friends with her, and she was still hurt about it because obviously she's got feelings for him. I legitimately think at this point, after seeing this, that Hemamel wanted to replace the girlfriend. She wanted to get rid of the girlfriend. This was never about the girlfriend or the girlfriend's feelings. Hemamel wanted to be Sykkuno's girlfriend, and because she didn't get what she wanted, because obviously the girlfriend, according to this, changed her decision on leaving, and now we know wants to stick around to save the relationship and fix it. Hemamel wasn't happy with that, which is why she started doing the Google Doc to try and tear him down, because she didn't get what she wanted. That's the way I see it.
Twitter called her out.
Because let's face it, if Hemamel got with Sykkuno and Sykkuno's girlfriend left, or like, you know, he chose to like split it off with her because of like what he's done to her, and then Hemamel started dating him, do you think the Google Doc would have dropped? I with 100% certainty will say that I don't think the Google Doc would have came out if Hemamel was dating Sykkuno. If Hemamel got what she wanted, the doc wouldn't have existed.
I
Diabolical.
got the information to Mugen to go and call him out. And then like 10 days before the Google Doc dropped. But I want you guys to note this. This actually, I feel like my video is almost too long, but this is all very important stuff. Hi, Bow. I'm sorry it's been a bit since I've gotten back to you. A probably most likely different location due to context. Name maybe someone else, most likely Sykkuno. 99% Sykkuno. This is the girlfriend. Something was pushing me to see him, shown some things that really made me doubt my decision on leaving the relationship. After talking with him for a long time and seeing these things, I decided it wasn't the choice I want to make anymore, so I didn't end up leaving. So this woman, once again,
I think what she's saying is these girls flirting with him, being like sending him nudes, sending them what? Because if you look at every situation that Hemamel showed in that Google Doc, she was the one flirting with him. She was the one sending him nudes. She was the one sending him audio clips. She was the one asking him, oh, are you gonna touch yourself to that later? Oh, did you like it? Do you want more? You know, I think there's a large portion of women here that have flirted with, had sex with Sykkuno, and they are the instigators, not him. Even like the Google Doc that dropped earlier, when we was looking at that girl in that whole Google Doc, from what she's shown, she was the one that was flirting with him. She was the one that chose to send nudes to him. After agreeing to like some trade with him, she chose to send him extra nudes first. One sec, let me read this. Okay. Right, anyway, let's carry on, because
kind of bring Bao
and late, and I do want to get like a couple games of League in before I finish the stream.
Mugen together, she is going to go and stay. Okay. She talked to him. She says, I was shown some things that made me doubt my decision on leaving. All the said that girl was at least Google Doc Mujin. Between that, shows history and bad behavior, agreed, but he was not a predator. And the main victim of it all, the girlfriend, who most people would agree, already knew and made her.
I think we call it there, to be honest with that. It's obvious that the girlfriend is the victim in all this, and there's a lot of women that are trying to come out as victims, but when they are asked to show proof, they don't. And the ones that do have all like been discredited so far from what I've seen. Like the one that recently dropped her doc like earlier today, like he apologized publicly and privately, and it's still not good enough for you, but you are the one that sent him nudes. You said that he didn't do anything while you was 17. In fact, you didn't even start flirting until like 5 years later. So how can you say he was like predatory or doing this or doing that when literally he hasn't done that? I just think there's a lot of women that want to victimize themselves, and it's just not, it's not the case. It's like there was one I saw earlier. I ended up blocking her because she's fucking dumb, man. She did this whole hypothetical post where like, oh, well, what happens if the if Sykkuno's girlfriend comes out with a statement and condemns Sykkuno's actions? Are the people that are how long will it take the unwashed asses to immediately turn on her and say she deserved to be cheated on by Sykkuno? That's kind of funny. So I said, because she literally said, not surprising development. I'd be lying if I was saying it wasn't skeptical about whether or not these words are of the girlfriend, considering the confirmed history of Sykkuno lying. But for now, I'll take them as face value. If she truly wants to stay and fix things, while I might disagree, it's her choice and I respect it. Anyone who disagrees, anyone who has ever been in a relationship this messy knows that leaving is never that easy. She goes on further, but I basically call her out because like I took her original tweet and I was like, didn't agree with your hypotheticals, so you muddy the waters doing what you said others would do if your hypothetical was true. And then she just went on some long tangent where she tries to be like your typical smarter, holier than thou person that knows what they're on about, and it's no, you don't. You fucking chatting shit. You're chatting shit. You're trying to downplay what's happened. Right. Let us get a couple games of League in. We'll do some ARAMs. I was going to do some ranked, but I'll probably do them tomorrow. Oh yeah. So tomorrow, obviously normally on Saturdays I do the Mythcraft campaign, but we aren't doing it this Saturday. Obviously we started last Saturday. We're not doing it this Saturday. The next session's going to be the next week, but I don't know if I'm going to record them or like stream them or not, because last time I was kind of quite focused on like the game itself instead of like chat, and it's not something that I think is that great because for like streaming, because like of that reason. So what I'll probably do is I'll probably avoid streaming my side of things and then just let Mildred stream it so I can focus more on the game, and then I'll just like link if you want to go watch it. But yeah, we'll get a quick cheeky ARAM in, or 2 or 3, because it is like 1:30 in the morning right now. Although I did have like a massive nap when I got in. I was like, let me have a little like half-hour lie down, and then that half-hour lie down turned into like 2.5 hours. My monkey's there, but I don't like him in ARAM. I like Shaco though. I'll take Shaco. Okay, I'll take the monkey then. I didn't want to, but you forced my hand. Let's see how we get on. Have I not got it set up? Let me see. Oh no, it is set up. Is it just not showing? Hello? Was it not showing? Give me a second. Heart Steel. Oh, yeah, okay, it's showing now. You know what? I'm going AP Wukong, because they'll never expect it. I need Dawn and Dusk. There we are. They'll never expect the old AP Wukong. The assassin monkey. Fucking Mel. I hate Mel. She is such an unfun champion to fight. Ah, fuck. The fucking minion got in the way. Oh, fuck. I should have leveled my E. Ah, fuck. I deserved that. I was well out of position. I only have myself to blame. I'm gonna have to level E, aren't I? I can't keep leveling Q. Although, like, Q is still, like, technically my core damage, isn't it? No, I'm dead again. Okay, it's fine. It's all calculated. What it was is I wanted my blasting one, so I died on purpose for it. That's what it was. Oh, I've still got a bit to wait. Fuck. I need the AP. I need some scaling on my friggin' E right now. Oh no! The friggin' I took too much damage. I got my Dawn and Dust though, which is the main thing. We need Nashers. Nashers and Dawn is the big one right now. fucking hate Mel, man. She just presses her friggin' her shield, walks away and presses R. Time to game, or like I'm assembling a dress. Hey, fair enough, fair enough. Let's get
Time to
mine.
game. I will lurk. ... I am assembling a dresser.
Damaging an enemy adds to stacking. Armor and magic resist shred. Auto cast route. I'll take the shred, I think. Hey, Cookie, congrats on being first. How you doing?
Twitch. Yoonholy Kukiv one image
Look.
playing your main in Aram.
I didn't want to. I wanted to play Shaco, but the guy was faster pressing him than me. It's like, fuck. I'm not ready for the I'm playing AP Wukong anyway, don't worry about it. Look at that. That E damage, man, is so big. Oh, fuck. That didn't go well, though. Not the Quadra. Look, once I've got Nashers, we'll be all right. Because I've got... Look, I've got... What have I got? What have I got, actually? I've got Erosion. So I have armor and magic resist shred on my damage. And then I've got Mark's Mage. So my attacks deal extra AP. Fuck. I'll take it though. That was so... I needed that. I needed that. Because the thing is, I can go Dusk and Dawn. I can go Nashers. And then I just go like Rod of Ages. Other AP shit that's broken. I don't know if Malignance works with it. Yeah, oh, Malignance. Oh my god, Malignance might actually be cracked on AP Wukong. Because you're friggin'... Fuck. I'll take it. Yeah, Malignance might actually be cracked because I'll get Ultimate Haste, which is big. And then I get to do the pulls every like couple of seconds, like milliseconds in it, because there's no cooldown. It's just going to keep spawning them because of the damage over time from the ult. I think that's how it works. We'll find out. Oh, Shaco. You got too greedy, bro. Fuck. Okay, that was bad. Bro. I'm apparently aggressive for telling him to calm himself for moaning about what I'm building. I'm having fucking fun with my build. There we are. You are the loser, pinging people in a fun game mode. Okay. Fuck. Oh my god, that was so close. You wasted a rope, man. I'm gonna die though, that's the only problem. Fuck. Okay. Oh, get some move speed from my armor and magic resist pen. Get that. I guess we'll go Archangels next because Archangels is pretty goated. Okay. Okay, pulls. The pulls are on point. They're fucking dropping them everywhere. You know what? Do I go Rod? I might need to go Rod here just to get some fucking. I'm going Rod. Okay. Okay. It's amazing that the fucking Shaco is just so trapped. Okay. The pulls kind of work, they're just not that high damage right now. It's just funny that I'm like, this Shaco's trying to shit talk me for going fucking AP Wukong for the shits and giggles in ARAM Mayhem, and I'm still doing better than him. I'm gonna wait for Rod though. If I get Rod, it's so big. Get Rod. Go for Boots next, and then we'll go for Archangels last.
That's two of yours, Tom.
That's rough. Oh. Do I go? I mean, Zonya's is pretty solid. It gives you the little friggin' your mana costs a double. Increase based on your max mana, sure. I think I've got to go with that, haven't I? And then my pools aren't big enough right now. This Shaco is so useless, man. He can't even kill anyone as AP Shaco. Fucking just about. Right. What would be a good item? Ludens. I don't know. I feel like we've got to go Archangels, right? For the shield. Because Archangels will give me the shield. They're upgrading Dawn and Dusk next as well, so it's fuck. Okay, I don't know what killed me then. Chain? I guess. So I could go Mana Moon, which gives me more damage on my autos. I think it's got to be Archangels, hasn't it? Because Archangels is going to give me a shield. It's going to give me AP, which is just straight scaling.
You look like an aspiring patron of scientific research.
I got fucking snared, man. Sucks. Right, I got my Archangels now. I just fucking reported him for fucking everything, man. I'm muting his ass. He's so fucking toxic. Like, oh. Hello. Why is my fucking camera fucking done that? Okay, my camera's fucking randomly turned on its auto tracking while losing tracking.
Your ally has been slain. Your ally has slain an enemy.
I can't wait to see what
I don't know what's happened here.
Your ally has been slain.
My camera's just...
Your ally has been slain. 2 men overboard.
I have no idea what's happened to my camera. I just don't care, man. I don't know what I don't. Oh, okay, I'm back now. I don't know what happened to my my tracking. I don't know what happened. It like randomly turned my this. See the Ashlight playing with me. Like, I don't know. Right, I'll probably just call it there, to be honest. The camera was messing up. I don't know why it randomly went into fast pass, not fast pass, and it's got like AI tracking, so it will just like track me across, like if I start moving, but I don't know why. I don't know. Anyway, thank you everyone for watching. We have done a lot today, a lot of talking. I'm back tomorrow. I'm gonna do a actual stream, well, some gaming, because I didn't do a stream earlier in the week and I wanted to do some gaming. I didn't do a
Enjoy your evening, mate.
Hey, thank you.
I'll hopefully come by for the next streams.
Thank you. I wanted to do some gaming today, but obviously going over everything has kind of took longer than I expected, and it's like nearly 2 o'clock in the morning right now, so I just kind of want to go to bed. But yeah, we'll be back today, I guess later today, and we'll do some gaming. But anyway, thank you everyone for watching, and I will catch you later. Bye bye.